Match number 1 in Cricket West Indies United Super 50 Cup. Zone A clash, Barbados versus the Windwards. Good morning to you wherever you are, and welcome to a sunlit morning here at the National Stadium in Providence in beautiful Guyana as we start this year's Cricket West Indies CG United Super 50 Cup. Barbados winning the toss, and they've decided that they're going to have a bat first. So the match is on the way. So too is Barbados via a wide. They're one without loss. So we have just completed the T20 Blaze Jamaica. They have won that tournament. We're having 10 matches played here at the Guyana National Stadium. Barbados, they have left out Shante Carrington, Trishan Holder, and Charlene Tate from their 14. There's a drive by Knight down towards extra cover, and there is no run. And for the Windward Islands, they have left out Affy Fletcher, Akira Peters, and Tracy Byron. Had to be a little bit of a nagging injury that caused Affy Fletcher, the normal captain for the Windwards, to be left out. Malika Edward is kippering the team today. Brilliant day for cricket so far. Wrapped on the pad, there's a shout for leg before, and not out, says the umpire. Umpiring this game, Shannon Crawford and Nigel signaling a leg by. So with me in the commentary box, my colleague John Ramsing. Good morning to you, John. It's good to see the weather's hold up. We're having brilliant sunshine. Barbados winning the toss and having a bat for us.
Hi, good morning indeed. Good morning to all our viewers near and far. It's really extremely good conditions for cricket at Providence once again. The weather dodgy in Guyana, but at Providence somehow we're blessed and we're ready with cricket. As soon as the umpires call play, we are ready.
Yes, certainly. There's a solitary slip. We're having a backward point, and now a cover and extra cover. There's a wide mid-off. We also have a wide mid-on. There is a forward square on the boundary and a short backward square. So the Windward Islands girls decked out in their green, trimmed with yellow. Good delivery here. And Haley Matthews getting everything in behind the line and defending. So it's a good toss to win, and the feeling was once Barbados won the toss, they're going to bat first. So that decision has been made, and they're out in the middle. This team is heavily dependent on Haley Matthews, and oftentimes when Haley fails, the middle order of the Barbados team is severely tested, and the Jamaicans will tell you about that. Lovely flowing cover drive out through extra cover and out towards the boundary for 4. One of the best extra cover drives you will ever see coming off the bat of Haley Matthews.
Oh, that is a sweet shot indeed from the experienced captain of Barbados, and she looks really good. But that was a full delivery, well pitched up from Glasgow. Nothing wrong with the effort that the Glasgow, the bowler with the new ball, has put in, but just that Haley Matthews, she's a class player.
Yes, certainly she is. Janella Glasgow opening the bowling for the Windward Islands team. It's despite its limited over cricket, it's a different kind of game because it's 50 overs. It's on the full toss. And nicely worked into the onside, down through mid-wicket, and she gets the single. So this has been a good start so far by Barbados. The first over has been completed. 5 to Haley Matthews. Knight is yet to score. It's 7 without loss. 1 over completed so far. So just a little bit of dark cloud hovering above. But there's not going to be any rain whatsoever. But it's a very hot morning.
Yeah, very humid because of that cloud cover you mentioned. But the Windward Islands, without Affy Fletcher, the captain, I rather suspect it's injury because you want your best team to take the field. Affy Fletcher certainly right up there in terms of the best players, not taking the field today. So more than likely it is some sort of injury or something that's preventing her from taking the field today. But Malika Edward, new captain, new format of the tournament. Windward Islands will be hoping for new fortunes in their first game in the T20 Blaze. They won just one game when it took on the Leeward Islands in a very low scoring thriller. But This is a new format. They want to forget about what happened in the T20s and put all the efforts into this tournament now. I want to give a better showing. But I'm hoping that if Afi Fletcher's injured, that she's not going to be injured for too long, because a lot will depend on her if the Windward Islands should do very well in this tournament. If she's ill, get well, Afi.
Yes, we do wish her all the best. So Paul Etienne begins. Oh, that's a beautifully bowled and beaten outside the line of the off stump. It held its own there, and Hayley Matthews was pushing at a good delivery. This is a fine start by Paul Etienne.
Extremely well bowled from Paul Etienne, the experienced campaigner. So no doubt she'll be looking to use her new ball to good effect.
This one was a little bit slower, and she held up the pace. So good start by Etienne. It was right on target this time, and Hayley Matthews just waiting on it to come to the bat, and she's defending. So wherever you are, if you have just joined the broadcast, let me tell you that Barbados won the toss, and they're having a bat first, with Barbados leaving out Shea Carrington, Trishan Holder and Charlene Tate, while the Windward Islands leaving out Afi Fletcher, who is having a nagging injury, Akira Peters and Tracy Byron. So the left-handed knight is back in strike as the field goes out into the offside. A slip, fine third man. There's a cover. We have extra cover, wide mid-off. There's also mid-on, a forward square, and a short backward square. So let's see how Knight is going to shape up here. Good delivery. Nicely pitched up and stroked away down towards short cover. And there is no run. Barbados, they are going to be hurt that they have actually surrendered that title to Jamaica. But the Jamaican girls played extremely good cricket when they came out against the Leeward Islands. Good looking shot, on driven down towards mid-on and picking up a single in the process. And the good thing about it, they started for the single very early. So the score has gone on now to 9 without loss. Very pleasant day. 10 matches will be played here at the National Stadium, with the 6 teams divided into 2 groups, Zone A and Zone B. And today is the first game, and it goes right through to the final on Saturday, June 25. Good looking straight drive by Hayley Matthews. Didn't get the power, but looked good. In Zone A, Barbados, Jamaica, Windwards. Zone B, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and the Leewards. It's 9 without loss. 2 overs gone.
Nice start from Pearl Etienne, using the new ball very well. In the 50 overs format, there will be 2 new balls, 1 from each end. So that's different than what we saw in the T20s. So Pearl Etienne with a new ball, just conceding 2 runs in that opening over, but she looked good. Just 1 low full toss to Matthews. Matthews driving through the line, but could not get runs. But it's a nice confident start from both sides. Both sides looking to take the early initiative.
That's a good delivery, but well played. Didn't get the timing she was looking for there, Knight. The ball squirted away down towards short forward square, and they got the single. Hayley Matthews saw the opportunity for a run, and she got that. So that will take the score now into double figures. They are 10 without loss. Today, your commentary team is made up of John Ramsing, Clyde Butts, former West Indian off-spinner, Anthony Kemraj, and yours truly, Indrajit Prasad, as we watch Glasgow. And once again, Hayley Matthews, she just knows where the singles are, working it away down towards mid-wicket and picking up another single. Good rotation of the strike, taking the score now in over number 3 onto 11 without loss. Other than the extra cover drive that went towards the boundary for 4, it has been very competitive out in the middle. We're watching some good medium fast bowling, slow medium bowling maybe. And once again, Glasgow, very tight ball pitch right on target.
Glasgow had a scare in the last match that Windward Islands played in the T20s with her ankle, but she looks good this morning, starting very early with a new ball. So trying to keep things very simple, not rushing just yet, but waiting for Barbados to make the error. That one kept low in the Jeet. What happened there? This is just the first match of this CG United Super 50 Cup, and that one rolled after pitching.
Yes, and Kaisia Knight there, she went down on it very hard and still was beaten because the delivery kept very low, and I'm afraid this is going to be the way that this pitch will play. We've seen in the T20 Blaze, it was very slow and many deliveries keeping low. So I think that the Windward Islands, if they're smart enough with the slow nature of the pitch, you want to take pace away from the delivery, and this can curtail the free scoring Barbadian batters. John, we're going to see many more deliveries like that.
Well, just that the players will have to make the adjustment. And I tell you what, from experience, when you're playing on a pitch that is keeping low or too paced, do not go back, because once you struck there, most times you're pretty much leg before victim. So these players want to not go back on their back foot.
And look at this double nature of the pitch as well. This was short of a good length, and it got up at nice space for Knight to get in behind and defend. So 3 overs gone. Barbados are 11 without loss. Kaisia Knight is on 2. Matthews is on 7.
Not a bad over at all from Glasgow. Etienne, she's given extremely good service to the Windward Islands over the years. And she's back again for yet another tournament. This is really commendable, the experienced campaigner. Sometimes we saw new energy coming through, new blood coming through for the Windward Islands. But if there's no one to make that transition, then you're pretty much wasting time. So Etienne is there to guide the young ones, and that's very important.
Yes, John, you could not have said it any better than that. It's good to see the seasoned campaigner mixing with the youths, hoping that the transition can be a very smooth process. And people like Afi Fletcher, she's certainly going to be missed in this game. Etienne, she's bringing all the experience. She's in a good bowl at the moment. Just 3 runs coming off her bowling, and she's just in her 2nd over.
With so much women's cricket around the globe these days, Etienne may be towards the back end of her career, but her role as a senior campaigner is still needed to shepherd those young players. That's a well bowled delivery. Held its line, and there is Knight. No movement of the foot, and it is beaten. But you cannot, there's no substitute for experience. And here Etienne, using all of her experience, starting with this new ball and showing the youngsters how it's done. This is extremely commendable from her. Low full toss, rotation in the strike. Barbados want to put on a good show in the first match of this tournament. You mentioned earlier that they surrendered to Jamaica. I think the game against Trinidad and Tobago, against Barbados, that they lost, that really made a big difference. So how well they would rebound and come back into this tournament is left to be seen. But Matthews, she holds a significant key. Not the key. She's not the only player in this side, but she's a key person to the whole context. 13 without loss, 4 gone.
Yes, John, I do agree with your comments there. And while Matthews is the main cogging in the wheel for Barbados team, she alone might not be able to do it. There must be support, and here is where the experience of the Knight sisters, Kaisia Knight and Kishona Knight, is vital if Barbados is going to really give it a fight in this tournament so far, because the middle order just look a little bit brittle there if Matthews go early. So that is something they can work on. On the other hand, they have shown their vulnerability to good spin bowling, and here is where Trinidad and Tobago got the better of them. They unleashed their spinners and really tied down the Barbadian girls, and when they tried to get out of that, we would have seen some reckless shots. They lost their wickets, though that's something they need to work on. That's a good delivery by Glasgow, pitching down in a good line and length and making some height as well. So the pitch played through then, and we're seeing the double nature of it. They have to be careful here, especially when the ball is pitched a little further up. That's when it's going to keep very, very low. Being on the back foot early can spell danger. You want to get on the back foot, if you have to, as late as possible. Kaisia Knight, she's on 3. She has faced 14 deliveries so far. Haley Matthews, she's on 8. Has faced 11 deliveries. No trouble whatsoever. The most important thing is that they want to put a good opening stand. It's 50 overs and you don't have to go reckless. It's different from T20. So you want to wipe your mind away from the T20 scenario. That's good piece of feeling down at cover. Lovely flowing drive here by Kaisia Knight, but cannot pierce the offside field.
Glasgow, very good so far. 8 runs from her spell so far in her 3rd over. Looks good running from the far end with the breeze. So the groups like you mentioned earlier, Barbados, the Windward Islands and Jamaica in Group A, and in the other group Trinidad, Tobago, Guyana and the Leeward Islands. So each team in the group will play each other once. Then the format of the tournament says there will be a semi-finals and then the final. That's a beautifully played shot, all timing, and that one went down towards backward point for 4. This outfield is generally quick, and it's quick today again. Nice shot.
Lovely looking shot there. And what Kaisia Knight did there, John, she waited on it. She didn't plant the right leg. She just waited a little, then transferred the weight on the back foot. And upon driving, she opened the face and got it to the right of the backward point. Lovely looking shot.
Oh, that's another beautifully played drive. This time is going to go into the cover boundary. Similar type of delivery, and this time she just plays it forward of that cover point fielder and into the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries. Well played.
All timing. Didn't look for extra power in that shot because she realized once she got it to the right of the extra cover, it's going to be 4. That's a fantastic shot. Good cricketing shot, and this partnership just beginning to blossom here this morning, with Knight now moving to 11, and at one stage she was just 3 from 14 deliveries. With those 2 boundaries, it has changed that entire equation.
And that's the nature of limited overs cricket. That can happen. A good over, and suddenly the batting side back in control. 5 gone. This is CG United Super 50 Cup live from Providence.
So Pearl Etienne will continue from the southern end, and she'll be bowling to Haley Matthews. As I say, good morning to our friend from the quarantine coast, Wadikar Kemraj. Good morning to you, Wadikar.
Good morning to you, Indrajit. Good morning to followers on live stream here in Guyana and overseas as well. Absolutely brilliant conditions here at the stadium, and the action is well and truly on.
That's a good-looking shot by Hayley Matthews. She just laying on the back foot and stroking it away down to extra cover and picking up the single. So the singles are coming frequently. The boundaries too beginning to come frequently. The score has gone on to 22, and we're in over number 6. Good solid start by Barbados so far.
Yes, and I think, this is, they must be watchful, because remember, it's a 50-over affair, and it's not T20 cricket. So they have adequate timing to settle and to build on partnerships.
It was a big shout for a leg before. Not out, says the umpire. Paul Etienne, she was down her haunches there, and not a bad shout at all. Good shout. And she survives the left-handed Kaisia Knight. She's a very good timer of the cricket ball. And she was very careful there, out fox. Maybe just a little bit of edge as well. Oh, that has been floored in the slip cord, and the lone slip. A drive from Kaisia Knight. The edge was found. It went to slips, got the fingers of the fielder there, and it went away down towards fine third man. Could have done a little bit better with that one.
Yes, pretty early when you have the edge, then you expect to take those catches. It was catchable. All she had to do was to move a little bit more to her left, but the ball just evaded her. And these things do happen in the in the game of cricket. Quite a very interesting game. Brilliant sunshine. The team is batting. They're not posing a threat right now because of the runs that they're scoring. But you want an early wicket. 23 would have been for one, but nevertheless it's 23 without loss. The Windward Islands, they look a very competitive unit out in the middle. I do see that they looked a very, very formidable unit, and they might be giving Barbados a run for their money here. Something seems to be wrong with the bowler, and of course she's going to be having some medical treatment now. 23 for no wicket, pretty early stages yet, and we do hope, Indrajit, that we're going to have a very good day of cricket here at the stadium today.
Well, Pearl Etienne just having a little bit of the magical spray applied to her finger. When the return came to her, she dropped the ball and whipped the hands down and favored the fingers. But she has been bowling well so far, Etienne. She's in her third over, none for 6. Very economical and seems to be well at the moment. And that spray do work.
Yes, time in a game, they would have the spray out to tend to small little niggles and injuries and all of that. Yeah, it has worked over the years, and it's good to see that she's back up. And what I was touching on, Indrajit, the Windward Islands team, they seem to be a very formidable unit. They seem to have the courage to play this game, apart from the T20 format. They're into a different format, 50 overs. They have some time on their side, and they're taking things lightly. Barbados, in the meanwhile, they're not getting away with the game. But the fact remains that they haven't lost a wicket. That's very important as well.
Yes, and I see it as a very solid start by Barbados. And just look at that. Stroked away down towards extra cover. Hayley Matthews stretching forward, all timing and good placement. So once you can rotate the strike, the runs will definitely come. Like I said, this is a very good launching pad. The bowling has been extremely good. There would have been 3 boundaries that hit so far this morning. All would have been good shots to bad deliveries. So generally, yes, I agree with you. Very competitive out in the middle.
Yes, and the thing too, Barbados, they might look at the scorecard and say, we're 24.
Well, the over has been completed. 6 overs gone. Kaisia Knight is on 12. Matthews is on 10. Barbados, they're 24 without loss. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yes, coming back to the point I was making, We have had, what, 6 overs bowled, 24 runs on the board, so just 4 runs per over. So the Windward Islands would look at it and say, you know what, they're not getting away with the game, but the important thing is that we haven't taken a wicket. Pretty soon, I guess, they'll want to take a wicket and to see what will happen in this game. The National Stadium here at Providence, today being the first game of the CG Insurance Women's Super 50. So we hope that the spectators would come out to Indigi during the course of the tournament.
Yeah, so Glasgow, 3 overs for 17 runs. Pearl Etienne, 3 overs for 7. Brilliantly cut away, beating the backward point and out towards the wide third man boundary for 4. Well, you can't be bowling that to Hayley Matthews. She's not going to miss out on them. Rocking on the back foot, beating the fielder at backward point. And it's sped on this lightning fast outfield for 4.
Yes, it's a kind of shot it's a pleasant drive, really. Cut, back cut, whatever you call it, late cut. Just opening the face and beating the fielder there. And she couldn't get a hand to it. And getting a very, very important boundary for her team, Barbados.
Good delivery to respond to that boundary. She was striving there for the Yorker, right on target. Hayley Matthews has been in very, very good form, and she will not want to throw this away. And already she's on 14 and looking very, very dangerous. A set Hayley Matthews is a joy to watch.
Yeah, she's a pretty experienced player. And, when you've played at the international level in the heat and you come at the regional level, you want to show your peers that, you're a step ahead. And she's doing exactly that. She's not in a hurry, as I said earlier. She's just hoping to build a long innings. It's 28 in the 7th over. So it's slow progress for them, but they haven't lost the wicket. That's very important.
Yes, very important. And it's not T20. It's a 50 overs tournament. You need to bat out those 50 overs, so no need for a hurry. Good delivery, just pulling back the length a little, hitting the pitch hard there, Glasgow, and rising towards the hip area of Hayley Matthews. Now, she's a tall girl. She had no problem punching that one away down towards short extra cover. If you have just joined the broadcast, let me remind you that Barbados called correctly at the toss and they decided to bat against the Windward Islands. Flowing cover drive this time. Misfielding down at extra cover, allowing the single, and Barbados capitalize on that one. Barbados leaving out Shantae Carrington, Trishan Holder, Charlene Tate, while the Windwards, they have left out Akira Peters, Tracy Byron, and Affy Fletcher, their skipper, who's having a little niggling injury. They have been captained by Malika Edward today. Good delivery again there. Wadikar just striving, maybe pitched just outside the line of the leg stump, and the left-handed Knight defending. 7 overs gone. Barbados, they are 29 without loss. Knight is on 12. Matthews is on 15. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yes, one of the things that is to note here in the Jeet is the fact that the batters have been running brilliantly between the wickets. We did see a few boundaries, but apart from that, I think the running between the wickets has been splendid. And I think all the experience is feeding down to Knight from Matthews, and she's lending that support to her partner as well. That's important to see what's happening out in the middle.
Yeah, so Etienne, none for 7 from 3. She's about to begin her 4th over in this encounter. Good looking shot once again, but doesn't get anything for it, Hayley Matthews. And today, the West Indies battle against Bangladesh starts in Antigua, the first test match.
Yes, that's going to be another interesting series coming up. Of course, the match starts today, as you said, North Song, Antigua. So we do look forward for a competitive match there in that first test as well.
Left-handed return coming in. She bobbled it a little, but then in the end recovered nicely and sent a stiff return, but they had it covered for that single. And your man from the quarantine coast there, Godakesh Moti, is in that West Indies squad. Do you think they're going to play him today?
Well, it's going to be interesting. If they do play Moti, I think he's going to perform to the best of his ability. But I'm hoping, as a Barbadian and as a Guyanese, I'm hoping that he gets picked. It's up to the selectors to see what they'll come up with.
Well, if he gets picked, I can see Wadikar Kamraj running up and down in the commentary box here today. That is left to be seen. He's in the squad. Good delivery, right on target once again, and Knight is defending. And it's also good to see that Kemar Roach, our West Indian fast bowler, has passed the fitness test, and he's in the squad as well.
Yes, and of course, one of the things that Moti mentioned in an interview, he was saying that one of his childhood dream was to play Test match cricket, and that's very important to hear.
This was on the full toss, but very slow. And Knight was very careful how she plays it. She knows it was a full toss, maybe thinking I could have done better with that. Well, I think that's the dream of every West Indian boy growing up who loves cricket. They want to play for the West Indies.
Yeah, it's such a fabulous thing, when you start at a pretty young age. I remember my school days, just hoping to play at the national level, at the intercounty level. And when you reach those levels in the Jeet, there is something excellent about it. Your parents are proud, the elders are wrong, your teachers and all of that. So it makes you a much better individual as well.
Yes, I'm just asking, Wadikar, that had something to do with cricket when your daddy and mom decided to give you that name?
Yes, I want to believe so. From the late Indian captain Ajit Wadikar, who came to the West Indies and India winning the first series in the West Indies around that time. Yes, I want to figure that the name originated from that.
Yes, so the end of the over. 8 overs gone. Knight is on 12. Matthews is on 14. Barbados, they're 30 without loss. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yeah, so we go back in time. So many parents would have had the name trickling down to their kids and all of that, and you would know some of the famous names. And it's such an honor to have that name, Wadikar. I love that name. I can tell you for sure. I'm pretty sure that you love yours in the Jeet as well.
Well, everybody loves their name. You just ask our friend Glenn on the computer there and Latif on the computer. John Ramsing will tell you the same thing, so too Clyde Botts. Now we are going to have a change of bowling from the northern end of the ground. Glasgow started there. She has done well. 4 overs for 22, was unable to get a wicket, but we saw some very good deliveries from her. Etienne from this end, very, very economical, just going at 2 runs per over. Her 4 overs costing her 8 runs. So after 8 overs, we are seeing a bowling change.
Yes, 8 overs have gone. You haven't picked up a wicket, so bring the changes around. It's a 50-over affair, so you do have time on your hands. So, bring the changes around. See what can happen now. You need a wicket. Barbados, they're not going away very fast with the run rate or the scoring. But you need to take a wicket. That's very important, because if these two batters can really stick for a long time and build a really good partnership, you never know what can happen.
Yes, and Karina Noel is going to replace Glasgow from the northern end of the ground. Lovely wind blowing across this ground here, just to cool off the heat. It's been a very, very hot morning here at Providence. So this might be interesting here with Karina Noel Kamraj taking pace of the ball. She is a very slow medium bowler.
Yes, on this sort of a wicket, you don't need express pace. You just gentle medium. Once you can put the ball in the right area, that's very important.
And it's good to see that she has started well. Her control is good, right on target, not being too short whatsoever, not being too full alone. In that corridor where Haley Matthews just defending. So good start by Noel. And just as I praised her, short, lifting outside the line of the off stump. But Matthews is not going to be tempted whatsoever.
Yes, she's very patient. She has been there for a while. She's 16 off 24. Knight has 12 from 27. So they're not, as we continue to reiterate, they're not in a hurry.
Well, they shouldn't be in a hurry whatsoever. A belated appeal by the bowler going up after the keeper and the close-in fielder went up there, looking for a run-out chance there. But Hayley Matthews, she was well grounded. Nothing wrong in asking the umpire a question or two.
Well, the return came in from backward square, and interestingly enough, the keeper, that's 13, she wasn't looking. And the ball just evaded her.
Yeah, so you have to concentrate all the time on the full toss. Matthews will feel she should have done a little bit better with that one. Playing around the delivery there, looking to bisect the short mid-wicket and the short forward square. Did not manage to do so. There is no cover on the boundary. So Noel has to be careful with those full pitch deliveries. The return comes in, fired in, but they just jugged the single, and that will tell you that the communication is good. They went through, the ball went slowly down to short extra cover. The end of 9 overs. Kaisia Knight is on 12, Matthews is on 17. Barbados, they are 31 without loss. This is CG United Super 50 Cup.
Good, so the score being what? 31, and we have had 9 overs bowled. So Barbados, they're not in any way going away with the game, but I think the interesting thing is that they haven't lost a wicket. The Windward Islands would want to get an early scalp here. Bangladesh, I'm told, according to our scorer Latif, 1 wicket down already. Of the first ball, a bowl by Roach. So the West Indies doing pretty well there against Bangladesh in the first test match.
Driven away down towards extra cover, and they take the single. Yes, good start by West Indies against Bangladesh. And Kema Roach, the West Indian speedster, picking up that first wicket. So good start by the West Indies.
Yes, so a very good friend Randy Latif, he's doing a tremendous job, trying to get us some scores in as well. And good to know that the West Indies have struck pretty early. Kema Roach.
That's nicely played by Kaisia Knight, just opening the face of the bat, delaying the shot, and getting it out down towards third man and picking up a single. So they continue to rotate the strike. Right hand, left hand combination will always present a little bit of worry for the bowler because you have to change your line.
Yes, and sometimes, you know, it breaks the rhythm of the fielding team. Most cases it does.
This is peeling off the outer portion of the bat, not where Hayley Matthews intended. She was looking to go through the covers, got the thick outer edge, was in the air, fell pretty safe as it rolls down towards third man, and they'll pick up another run.
Yes, coming back to that test match, so pretty interesting. In fact, Gudakesh Moti has made his debut, and I want to personally congratulate the young man and all of Guyana.
Well, stay in your seat. Don't jump out of the seat at all.
Yes, Gudakesh Moti, you know, and he said, you know, I talked to him some time back, carried out an interview, which was off air, of course, and he said to me that, you know, he's very humble. Whenever he plays for Berbice, Guyana and the West Indies, you know, and he was making the statement, if I get to play for the West Indies, I'll remain a humble human being. And that's very significant, Inajit.
Certainly significant, and we wish him all the best. In fact, the entire West Indies will wish him all the best because the cricket is bigger than anybody, right, Kemraj? And good start by them. That was a good delivery, well pitched up and slower as well by Etienne. So your next commentator to join Anthony Kemraj will be my Myconian colleague, former West Indian off-spinner and chairman of selection as well, Clyde Butts. Always good to have Clyde around. Undriven and not going through for the single. Well, they decided we are starting late, not the best thing to do. The over has been completed. Hayley Matthews is on 19. Kaisia Knight is on 14. Barbados, they're 35 without loss. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yes, and coming back congratulating Godeke Shimoti on his debut today in the first test match. And of course, we have to give kudos to the Berbice Cricket Board, the Guyana Cricket Board as well, for the tremendous job they've been doing, and the Albion Cricket Club as well, to all the members there. They're very proud and they're very excited about him making his debut in this test match. So I just want to wish him very well in his future endeavors and this test match as well. And let's hope, from a West Indian standpoint, that the West Indians will perform well there. So we've had, 10 overs bowled, and the score being 35 for no wicket. Good morning to Clyde. Clyde Butts, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Wadikar Anthony.
You have it right.
How are you this morning? Yes,
Fine,
I was waiting for that.
You were waiting for that.
Yes, I'm fine.
I guess you were urged by John to mention that.
No.
I'm pretty sure about that.
John don't know these things.
He doesn't?
No. No.
It's pretty brilliant weather here at the stadium, Clyde.
Yes,
Absolutely.
the weather's been good. So, there's a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, and I'm sure the girls will be happy about that. It was very warm earlier on. They've made a good start, Barbados. 10 overs, and you haven't lost a wicket, and you're scoring at just over 3 runs and over. I think that's a good start when you're playing 50 overs cricket. We've been talking about the batting mostly during the 2020 blasts, but certainly you would want to see them now try and bat for longer periods, ensure that the team get 250 or thereabouts. You want to see big scores. You want to see the regional cricket where the batting actually looks to come on a little bit more than we saw in the 2020. And there's time. 50 overs, a lot of deliveries. It's 300 deliveries. So we'll just have to wait and see how they go.
So it's Noel, Karina Noel, who continues from the top end or the media center end. And she bowls a wide outside the off stump taken by the keeper. So a pretty quiet period at the National Stadium. Barbados winning the toss, 37 for no wicket. Haley Matthews has 19 of 31 balls, and Kaisia Knight has 15 from 31 as well.
Work nicely out on the onside, looking for a single. It's not there. As the return comes in from Joseph, not a good return. Bad return, bouncing a few times before it actually reached the bowler. But unable to get that single. This is wide outside the off stump, cut away, got the outer half of the bat and goes a bit of bad feeling down a third man. And the ball goes into the boundary for 4, running around. Should have really got her body behind it. Should have dived and stopped that. Looking to play a little bit of football with that delivery. Missed it completely. And it went into the boundary for 4 runs.
The guilty person there being Stacey Ann Adams on the boundary. And as Clyde said, her footballing skills not working for the better of her team, or for the best of her team. And the score is pushed up to 41. And we're in over number 11. And as you said, Clyde, I'm pretty sure that these teams, they'll want to bat the full coat of the 50 overs.
Yes, I would think so. I would think so. And put on a very good score at the start of the game. And I think, again, Barbados may be thinking, look, we may have beaten ourselves a little in the 2020 by not really thinking sometimes about that net run rate, and it come back to bite them a bit. And I'm sure they'll be thinking, look, when we go out to play, we don't know what's going to happen with the weather as well. If any game is going to be rained off, but we need to win, and win handsomely in these 50 over games.
This is wide down the leg side, and this will go away for 4. Badly line delivery from Noel, and they get another boundary, so the score has pushed up to, I make it 40, is it 43? 47, correction, 47 for no wicket. In fact, it might have brushed something, so the over has been finished. So we've had 11 overs bowled, it's 47 for no wicket.
Yeah, that last delivery going down the leg side, looking to flick it away behind square. I think she got a little edge, and it went down to fine leg 4 runs. Barbados has made a positive start in this game so far. Windward Islands, they're bowled steady. They're bowled fairly steady without any deliveries doing anything. Pitch has been playing good. And I think they just have to hold their form, keep their patience, keep working away, keep plugging away, and try and get that sort of support in the field that they need.
So it's Etienne who continues from the players' pavilion end. Bowls another wide down the leg side, signaled by the umpire. One more to the total. It goes up to 49. 49 for no wicket. So the two at the crease, that's Kyson Knight. She's on 15. And Hayley Matthews, she has 29 to her name. And they'd want to get a wicket here. Unluckily for them, they put down the catch, which went to slip.
And they've had a few little half chances in the field as well. Maybe they could have been a run out, or at least a temper run out. I think they've had some fumbles for a team that fielded very well in the 2020 Blast. They don't look the same at the moment.
Yes, probably it's a different mindset given that they're now into a 50 over affair. This is a ball that's stroked into the offside. The sweeper comes off the boundary and they get another single. So the 50 has come up for Barbados. The 50 has come up in over number 12. Knight has 16 and Matthews has 30. Accumulating 50 runs, Clyde, not in any real pace, but keeping the wickets intact. That's very important.
What they've done well is to keep rotating the strike, and when the bad deliveries come along, they put them away. We've seen them play one or two nice drives. Both batters, and especially Hayley Matthews, have looked really good. And throughout this tournament, she has looked the part. She has looked probably the best batsman, best batter on show in the T20, and certainly she's continuing here as well.
Yes, and I did mention it to Indrajit when he was doing commentary. That it's pretty interesting, you know, when you play at the international level and you have this sort of experience, and you can come to the regional level, and you can just dominate and be a step ahead of your peers. It's 51 for no wicket. Matthews has 30, Knight has 17, and Etienne continues. Yes, Clyde, she looks a totally different player. And I did watch her during the course of her earlier innings, the T20 tournament. And I can tell you for sure that, you know, she's a touch above her peers. Very confident.
Loud shout for an LBW. I think we'll just be sliding down the leg side. They just started to go up, probably realizing that they was sliding down the leg side. So, not out, says the umpire.
So we've had another over bowled. It's what? 51 for no wicket. Hayley Matthews has 30 off 38, and Kyson Knight has 17 from 34. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cup, originating here from the Providence Stadium. Good. So it's what, 51 for no wicket? And to start over number 13, are we seeing a change from the media centre end? We just get the name of the bowler in a while.
I think it's Kiana Joseph. Left arm, slow left arm spinner. Left arm orthodox. First delivery short. Just on about the off stump. Matthews punching it out to point. Does not get a run. Short again, punched out to the sweep on the boundary. An easy single. Kiana Joseph just looks a little stiff here at the moment. She's back pitch both deliveries, and one wonder if she wasn't ready. She didn't think her captain was going to bring her on.
Yes, one of the things I'm very impressed with is the running between the wickets by the Bajans. They're always willing to seize the opportunity and to put the pressure on the Windward Islands out in the middle. 52 for no wicket. This is cutaway. This is a beautiful cut shot here from Hayley Matthews, and again showing her experience. Not too much of a power, but staying on top of the delivery and riding it, so to speak, and getting a boundary down to backward point. She goes up to 35 or 40. Knight has 18, and Barbados is 57 for no wicket. Elegantly played there, Clyde.
Yes, and Hayley Matthews continues to show her class, continues to show she is a world-class player. Short delivery just outside the off stump. And cut away nicely behind point. This time she's coming on the front foot, just plays it back up the pitch. No runs.
So that completes another over. Barbados winning the toss here against the Windward Islands at the Providence Stadium. They're 57 for no wicket. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cup. And Clyde, when you look at it, we've had what, 13 overs bowled, 57 for no wicket. So Barbados, they do have the luxury of all their wickets intact. So later on, they can accelerate quickly if they want to.
Well, it's still a long, long way to go. And the Windward Islands has bowled very well in the T20 blast. So they will have to try and bring that now into play and keep things tight. They want to take a wicket or two early, put some pressure back on Barbados, and I'm sure Barbados at the moment. And the other thing about it is that when you play in the T20, I think the other teams would have seen where your weakness is, where your strength is. I think Barbados' strength in terms of their batting is those 4 street players in Matthews and the 2 Knights. I think that's more or less their strength. Yes, they've got other players who are capable, but I think in terms of their batting, those are their strengths. So you're thinking as a field side, you need to get a few wickets early to put some pressure on and to expose the rest of the batting.
So that's Malika Edward. She starts over number 12 and bowls outside the off stump, which is played down the track on the on side by Knight. So she's ringing the changes around. That's Malika, who is captaining the team today, in the absence of Afi Fletcher, who is out probably with a niggle injury. And she's bowling left arm. to Haley Matthews. Matthews has 35. Knight has 18. And it's 57 for no wicket.
I think the absence of Afi Fletcher is a big difference in terms of this bowling attack. She's their go-to spinner. She is probably the best leg spinner in the region. And when you're missing your best leg spinner and maybe your best batter as well, you know, that's a lot of pressure on your team. And she must have a little nickel or something, hence she's not playing. But certainly it will be a big miss for the Windward Islands side.
Yes, and I think what Malika is trying to do is to spin the ball more than pushing it through. So you see her tossing the delivery up, trying to bring the batter down the track, and maybe to entice her to get a wicket, get her stumped or something of the sort. 59 for no wicket. Good thinking there from the captain.
It's good to see a spinner actually giving the ball genuine flight. We haven't seen a lot of spin in that over, or we haven't seen any delivery torn a lot. But there is flight, there is, and inviting the batters to look to come down the track at her. She's probably a little slower than you expect or you want to see. Probably maybe just a little bit more pace. But nothing is wrong with that. And if she can just get it right, just get it out, just outside that off stump, yeah, you know, she can cause a few problems to some of the Barbados batters.
So we've had what? We've had a total of 14 overs bowled, 59 for no wicket. So it's that's Joseph, Kiana Joseph, the left arm spinner. She will continue from the media centre end. The ball to Matthews. And you look at Matthews, Clyde, she looks as though she has the world of time to play. Very easy on the eye.
She is. She's a quality player.
And Barbados winning the toss, Clyde. Your thoughts maybe batting?
I'm not really surprised. I think that's a lovely delivery. Ball pitched up just outside off stump, spinning and bouncing away and beating the batter on the front foot. Lovely delivery, and that's going to put a little bit of doubt in Haley Matthews' mind, I think. And that's the sort of delivery she needs to bowl. Pitch it up now, she's back and bowl short again. I think you've got to be a little bit more patient than that. You've just bowled a delivery that brought the batter on the front foot, beat the bat with bounce and spin, and then your next delivery, you've bowled it short. That's taking the pressure off of the batter.
Yes, you want to maintain that pressure. Barbados, they haven't lost a wicket, but what they're doing is holding a tight grip on this game. The Windwards, as you said, they had there a few chances, maybe one which definitely went to slip, wasn't taken. A few half chances that they could have turned over to full chances, but they haven't taken them. And Barbados just seizing on those opportunities. We've had another over bowled. It's 15 gone. Barbados 60 for no wicket. Kyson Knight has 19 from 44 deliveries. Matthews has 37 from 46. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to the CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium of Providence.
Two very good overs from the two left-arm orthodox spinners. Just pulling things back a little for their team, keeping it tight, not really getting any wickets, but we did see the bat being beaten with one delivery in that last over. So that's good. That's a good sign for the fielding side. Probably not a good sign for them in terms of when they come to bat, because this early when the ball turns and bounces that much, you must be thinking, well, what is it going to do later as well.
So Edward starts a new over. Starts over number 16 from this the Players Pavilion end. We're back with the sunshine. And Clyde, we hope during the course of this tournament, during the course of today, that the fans around can come out and watch the ladies in action. So this is a relatively tight over so far from Edward. I'm trying to get more spin than anything else.
Not a tidy over from Edwards. Not really getting the ball to turn a lot, more or less going on with the arm, but she's flighting. She gives the ball a genuine flight, more like the Vittori type of bowler who comes up and be patient, bowl within that area, trying to beat the batter in the flight. I'm not saying she's as good as Vittori in terms of flighting and changing pace and so on, but she's been bowling like that, not really getting the ball to turn a lot. So we're keeping things fairly tight.
Yes, so we've had what? 16 overs bowled, 62 for no wicket. Matthews has 38 from 51 balls, and the Knight has 20 from 45. So that's Noel continues and starts over number 17 from the media center end.
These two left-arm spinners has worked well in tandem. They've certainly tightened things for the Barbadian batsmen, batters unable to really get the ball off the square. We're going to get a singer here, pushing it out to cover. But certain things have tightened a bit, and I can understand Barbados. Both Haley matches and Night out in the middle, not really getting frustrated or so on, thinking, well, still a lot of overs to be bowled. We can play our waiting game. It's the middle overs. We can be patient, don't lose wickets, and then when we come down to the end, we can certainly have a go.
Yes, you mentioned something very important, playing the waiting game. They haven't lost a wicket. So, you know, they might be calculating, look, we've got loads of wickets to come. We've got overs on our side. Let's take this very patiently. Watch and play. And wait to see what will come.
Good bit of feeling in the covers. Didn't feel cleanly, but going across, was able to stop it. They would have still gotten a single. So good bowling, good tight stuff.
Good. So another over completed. We've had 17 bowled. Barbados they're winning the toss and batting here against the Windward Islands. They're 64 for no wicket. Kyson Knight has 38, and in fact Matthews has 38. Knight has 21. More from you, Clyde, and then it's going to be John Ramsing.
Good tight stuff, not giving any run away. The two left-arm orthodox spinner. As I say, good morning to my good friend, Mr. John Ramsing. This is a delivery that's pitched up. Matthews going back, playing late, pushing it up to long off and gets an easy single. And Matthews has so much time to play these spinners. Yes, she's not scoring freely at the moment, but obviously she knows at 50 overs, there's a lot of overs in this format of the game. And if she can bat through her team innings or bat until the 40th over, she's probably going to get 100. Her team is going to get 200, 250 or thereabouts. So she's not concerned about just this quiet period of play at the moment. John Ramsing, good morning.
Good morning, Clyde. Good morning, everyone. Hayley Matthews quite capable to bat right through, and she's just walking this single, easily taken to long on. Preserving her energy. I think she wants to bat as long as possible as well. The Windward Islands yet to pick up that initial breakthrough, so they're searching for it. But this is good batting already.
Looking away to our right, it just seems to be some clouds building up in that area.
I'm not even looking there, my friend.
I know what you mean. You don't want rain to.
No, not at
all. You don't want it to come, but you got to remember it's got its job to do as well. So, but you're saying just stay away for the next 5 hours.
Yeah, but we can see the clouds there, yes, but very high. Hoping they do not cause any trouble today. This one is a bit uppish. Good timing again from Matthews. Malika Edward, the captain for today. You haven't seen Afi Fletcher, so she has new responsibilities.
I can't remember her bowling in the T20. Yes, she was on the field. I remember seeing her out there, but I didn't see her bowling.
And she's not a person that you can easily miss. Yeah, she's always in the field. Very visible. So, coming down towards the end of her third over. Not so bad. Again, just 8 overs conceded from her 3 overs. Well, 1 delivery still to go.
I think she's bowled well. She's kept the ball up to the batters, making them come on the front. But she's not giving them a lot of pace to work with. You remember we had the India team down here playing against West Indies a few years ago, and that was their thing. They bowled very slowly against the West Indian batters and caused them a lot of trouble. But they obviously were bigger spinners of the ball.
So that's the end of 18 overs. Time for drinks as the attendants, who cannot say water cart again, make their way onto the middle. And we'll take a break as well. The score, Barbados winning the toss and batting, 69 without loss. So we're back with the action here at Providence. Kiana Joseph will continue, and she's going to be bowling to Kaisia Knight. Well set at the moment. So Barbados winning the toss and batting in very good conditions in the first match of the CG United Super 50 Cup. 69 without loss after 18 overs. Very good start, steady start. So the foundation has been laid. Matthews 41 and 26 looks like on the scoreboard to our right to Knight. 23, she's in her 20s.
On 41.
Matthews on 41. It's a good foundation being laid here, Clyde.
Yes, it's an excellent foundation being laid, and I think Barbados are conscious as well of probably not thinking that their batting is that strong as it used to be in previous years, and so they're conscious about that, or maybe they haven't been batting well as well. You have to take that into consideration. I think Haley Matthews, because there has been some deliveries we've seen that maybe they would have gone after, but they're very cautious. They're waiting and playing that waiting game, keep rotating the strike, and probably telling themselves, if we don't lose a lot of wickets early on, we can then step it up at the back end.
Yet again, pace off from these bowlers. So not giving the Barbados batters any pace at all.
I think Windwards as well has to be careful that Joseph doesn't bowl too many overs earlier on, because I'm sure she will be needed a little later, and they need to get one of the other spinners into the attack, save Joseph a little. End of another good over, just a single coming off of that over. Delivery worked out on the onside. So nice patient spell of bowling by both spinners, keeping things fairly quiet, not bowling too many bad balls. And I think the Barbadian batters as well, not really looking to go after the bowling at the moment, just looking to rotate.
Lots of batting still to come, you can see on that scoreboard moments ago. Both Knights at the top with Matthews, Scantlebury, Aline, that's Ali Aline, Carrington, that's Shea Carrington today, Shakira Selman, the other Carrington not playing, Alia Williams, Connell and Bruce. It's a new format, so you can see a different approach to the innings by Barbados, not looking to blast as we get down towards the now it's the 20th over. Just a cautious approach to their innings so far. Playing every ball in its merit. This time a single easily taken by Knight.
Windwards has to be given a little bit of credit here as well, because they've kept the fielders in the ring, not really pushing back a lot of fielders. They've kept that sort of tight ring fielders. They've still got 6 in the ring. Going for that big drive to a delivery that was pitched up a little wide outside the off stump, inviting her to go for that drive. Missed it and went through to the wicket keeper. That's well bowled. That's a teasing delivery.
Not sure why Windward Islands did not use Edward to bowl in the T20s, because she's looked the part. She's looking. She's bowling a very good line of length.
A little surprised actually, because she has bowled well.
Just short on the occasion, as you can see there, but generally she has been very good.
Because I did see her play in 1 or 2 of those games as well. Maybe she didn't play all the games, but I'm sure I saw her on the field for the last game. Maybe it would have upsetted their balance at the side a little.
And perhaps with Afi Fletcher not playing, Edward being called upon to bowl in the 2020. This one is well played. Short delivery again. And there's Knight pulling it with a horizontal bat straight down towards that wide long on. And she gets the boundary. So yet again, the only guilty aspect of her bowling performance, just short. So 76 now without loss. Knight moves on to 29.
Yeah, that was a good looking shot from Knight. Short ball. She didn't try and hit it too hard. She placed it nicely between the short mid wicket and the mid on. Down to the boundary for 4. Good looking shot.
And not only that, these tournaments, the T20 Blaze and now the CG United Super 50 Cup, not only that these matches are of importance, there's another significant aspect of women's cricket on the horizon. This one is down the leg side. He loses the keeper as well. And when you do not mention the keeper, it means that they're doing a good job. This time we call on 13, because this one eludes her down to her right. That's down the leg side of the left-handed batter. So 2 more to the total. And it's always that notion, when you do not mention a player, it means they're doing very well. So
when they're not, especially a wicket keeper, when you're not being noticed, you're doing a good job.
Short again, but will not get the boundary. Matthews, just rotation in the strike, coming back for the second. End of the over, 20 gone, 80 without loss.
Yeah, and Barbados certainly in the driver's seat. When you've batted 20 overs, you often lost the wicket. You've got your captain out there. You've got Knight out there, who's one of the better batters as well. You've had a good start. There's no devil in the pitch. We haven't seen any delivery do anything exceptional. The spinners have been fairly tight, but without being penetrative.
And I did mention that these ladies, the women in this tournament, have another aspect of the game they can look forward to, and it's the women's CPL, because the teams have been drafted for the women's CPL as Joseph continues. So the local players have been drafted ahead of the historic first running of the inaugural Women's Caribbean Premier League, with the tournament set to get underway on August 30. The 3 teams will be captained by Haley Matthews, who's at the crease right now. So Matthews will be captain in the Barbados Royals. Stephanie Taylor, captain of Jamaica, will be captain in the Guyana Amazon Warriors. And Deandra Dottin, who's not in this tournament, will take charge of the Trinbago Knight Riders. 3 exceptional leaders have been drafted and have been named as captain of those 3 franchise teams. So Barbados Royals, Haley Matthews, Shakira Selman, Rennie's Boys, Mandy Mangru, Brittany Cooper, Aliyah Aline, Shanika Bruce, Afi Fletcher, Kiana Joseph, Jafina Joseph, and Chanel Henry. Outside edge again, down to 3rd man, just for 1. Trinbago Knight Riders, Deandra Dottin, Anissa Mohammed, Leanne Kirby, Kaishana Knight, Kaisia Knight, Natasha McLean, Shanita Grimond, Kenisha Isaac, Janelia Glasgow, Steffi Sugrim, and Shanisha Hector. The captain herself in this game goes down to long off. Matthews drives, but towards extra cover. The captain will not go around to her left, but the fielder at cover on the boundary will have to go to her right. So rotation in the strike again. So, and then the Amazon Warriors, the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Stephanie Taylor, captain. Shemaine Campbell, vice captain. Rashada Williams, Rachel Vincent, Kesia Schultz, Shirley Nation, Sherry Ann Fraser, Shamila Connell, Karishma Ramharak, Shabika Gajnabi, and Zeta James. So 11 players have been drafted from the region for each of these franchise teams: Barbados Royals, Barbados Trinbago Knight Riders, and Guyana Amazon Warriors. So 21 overs completed, and Barbados now batting first, 84 without loss. As we welcome back Indrajit. So Indrajit, so another aspect of women's cricket that these players can look forward to: women's CPL for the first time as franchise teams, and this time coming on board as CPL turns 10.
Yes, and it's good that the girls know early which franchise they will be playing for so that the preparation work can be started. And it's nice to know it's franchise tournament and you're moving some of our best cricketers around the franchises, because you did mention the Jamaican Stephanie Taylor will be the skipper for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Haley Matthews stays with her team, that's Barbados Royals, and Deandra Dutton going to Trinbago Knight Riders, and many other players moving around. That's going to be exciting and enthralling encounter.
We had women's cricket at CPL previously with just a few teams, 2 teams in fact. As Edward starts a new over, the 22nd of the innings. But this time it's franchise teams for CPL.
Yes, and when the ladies play, they played as exhibition matches, and it's good to see it's franchise.
And those matches that we are speaking about, they were 10 overs aside. So this time, I rather suspect it to be 20 overs, because as if they've drafted these ladies. These are local ladies, mind you. Then the international players will join these different franchise teams.
And that will definitely make them stronger as well. Because if we are going to bring international players, teams might very well be buying people with talent and proven records and so on. There is a name, I'm a little bit worried that she didn't make the cut. That was Raghubar. I thought she bowled pretty well in the T20 Blaze tournament. But I guess as CPL continue to grow and develop, the youngsters coming through the system, they will have their opportunities.
Each of these teams in the regional tournament stocked with 14 players. So 14 multiplied by 6 teams. So that's a lot of players, and just 11 in each franchise have been named. So just 33 being used. So many are called, but few are chosen.
You sound like Pastor Matthew Kisoon there, John. And that can't be wrong at all. And since the 2 spinners working in tandem here, they have put a check to the Barbadian score. And that's because the ball coming off slow from the pitches. They've done a good job so far.
And very early we saw that ball keeping a bit low, but this time, well, since then, there's certainly been consistent. 22 overs gone, another over for Edward coming to an end. She's now bowled 5 overs, none for 25, and the total after 22, 90 without loss.
Yes, and that's just a little above 4 runs and over. And this partnership is a very, very good one. Certainly laying a foundation so that the Bajans can attack as they come down towards the last maybe 10, 12 over. Certainly it's a fine partnership. The Windward Islands still hunting for their first wicket. And they must be worried now. Where is it going to come from? And as these 2 girls continue to bat, surely runs will flow from their bat.
Just 50 for Haley Matthews, the captain of Barbados. Gets into her 50 from 71 deliveries, and the total 90 without loss. So very good 50 from Haley Matthews. 71 balls, 5 fours, striking at just over 70 runs per 100 balls. Well played.
Yes, and the 24-year-old looks good. She has plied her trade around the world. She's a world superstar in female cricket and showing us just why. That's a half-century played with no trouble whatsoever.
It's hot out there, but I don't think Haley Matthews has worked up a sweat just yet. She's looking extremely good, confident, comfortable as well at the crease.
And she's hot out in the middle as well, putting up a half-century to her name, so that's not going to bother her. And I think she's well set here for 100, despite that's a long way from now, but she has done all the hard work, and she wouldn't want to give it away.
Yeah, you need to pace the innings. She's gotten to the 50. She can move on from there, 60, 70, 80, and so on.
Do like Rohan Kanai, he counted his runs in 10. When he scored the first 10, well, he takes his guard and go again. Next 10, takes his guard and go again.
Nothing wrong with that. We can see the success of Rohan Kanai, the great servant of the game, man from Port Morant and Berbice.
He was such a charismatic cricketer, Rohan Kanai.
Singles are very easily taken by Barbados, the opening pair. Knight moves on to 34 now. So Matthews, that 50, you can see their stats there, 71 deliveries, 5 fours. So nice innings from her so far. Again, not a single. This time they look for the second as James is after it. And James will have to get used to the conditions here at Providence because she's been drafted for the Guyana Amazon Warriors female side in CPL. Over completed 93 without loss.
Yes, and this partnership continues to grow. And John, when you look at that last shot that was played by Haley Matthews, with all the ease in the world, a short delivery, she's a tall girl, she just stayed up on the back foot, opened the face, and found the gap between backward point and short third man. So she knows where the scoring opportunities are, and she's making hay while the sun shines. As I say, while the sun shines, some clouds are getting darker. That's towards the northeastern portion of the ground and the northern part as well. And they're coming above the stadium, coming so slowly, some even going away. Let's hope we do not have any interruption whatsoever.
You can see overhead as well, a dark cloud hovering. Edwards continue. This one is pulled away savagely by Knight. She will get the boundary as well. Very short ball once again from Edward and dispatched.
Yeah, and once you're going to be short on these kind of pitches and you're having two batters well set, Kaisia Knight growing in confidence, she's not going to miss out on that one. Picked the gap nicely and had the power.
Better, much fuller from Edward. Good comeback delivery, but in the previous over she was too short consistently. So now I think Knight has realized that that will be her line of attack, and she dispatched that first one for a boundary. And now a full one again, this time over pitched, and the single down to long on. But that's good batting from Knight. Got the bad ball, dispatched. Better delivery, worked for a single, rotation in the strike as well.
Yes, very sensible cricket. You do not want to give it away from here on, because this foundation, certainly the Windwards might be facing an uphill task, chasing whatever Barbados might very well set. And Edwards, she's in her sixth over. Just wondering to know if she's getting a little bit tired here. If the hands will drop, it simply means she's going to bowl short. And if she's going to overcompensate to get a full delivery, might be full tosses as well.
That's Matthews finding the gap easily. And the 100 coming up for Barbados. Not only the 100 on the board for the team, but also the 100 partnership. Very good all round for Barbados.
Absolutely brilliant. And what a fine way to start this CG United Super 50 Cup. Getting 100 partnership between your opening batters is excellent indeed. And in every form of cricket, you need the openers to give you that start. So great performance.
So Matthews takes strike. He's on 53. Confident drive again down to long off. Glasgow is right in that boundary and sends a very quick return. Does not hit the woodwork, and Matthews gets home at the end of the over. 24 gone, 102 without loss. So 5 bowlers used so far, as you can see. No one yet in the wickets column, and you can see those clouds hovering there, like we mentioned earlier. Getting a bit dark now, the clouds hiding the sunshine. So we've lost the sunshine momentarily. Those are heavy and they look ugly.
Yes, certainly, because you look at the dark color, that will tell you there are lots of water molecules inside there, and it might be not long from now that the precipitation will take place. I hope it's not going to be over the stadium. Just go right away wrong and leave us here.
Licking a single. This is Stacey Ann Adams. She's in the circle at short extra cover to stop the single. This time she allows it to go by, and that is what the Windward Islands cannot afford, because if the feeler is short, it means that they're to stop the singles and they want to build some pressure, but that would be too easy, releasing the pressure.
Yes, not good feeling at all. She went with one hand there and a little bit slow too. Felt she would have gotten the ball in the hand. In those situations, you need to get the body behind, do the basic things, prevent them from taking the single. That is essential.
This is the 6th over being bowled by Kiana Joseph, the left-arm spinner, coming from the northern end of the ground. None for 17. She's economical, but she would be happy to have a wicket. She wants to see the back of one of these openers.
Yes, and the thing is, where will it come from? They have to make it happen so far.
This one is pulled away. Good piece of work by the fielder in the deep. Looks like Homer down at mid-wicket on the boundary. And the batters will complete 2 runs.
That was dangerous there, John. While in the end, she looked good in saving a boundary. If she stepped on the ball, that could have been dangerous. They need to be very careful. This one is pulled in front of square now. And Kaisia Knight gets the boundary. That's a fine shot indeed. A little bit more short, and she made full use of it.
Pulling the previous ball square. This time she went a bit straighter and got the boundary. That's good presence of mind. That's good batting as well, knowing where the fielders are or where the gaps are.
Yes, that was a fine looking shot by Kaisia Knight as she approaches a half century here. So 25 overs gone, the halfway stage. Knight is on 46, Matthew on 55. And a good time to remind you, this is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence. And John, at the halfway stage, 25 gone, 25 to come, 109. You double that, you will get 218. And I guess as we enter the last 10 overs, when the momentum will definitely pick up, 250, 260 is definitely on the cards.
Barbados will have to look at least at 250 based on this start, based on time in the innings still to come. So if you look at that, they will want to at least get to 250. The platform has been laid, so it will be only Barbados to blame if they do not get there. If they get more, it'll be lots and lots of bonus.
Yes, certainly. And still with Haley Matthews out there and Kaisia Knight, and a very good innings as well. With Kishona Knight to come, Selman to come, there's still some good batting. And here is where even it gets more dangerous as the teams, you have the physical fitness will be severely tested.
Edward continues. Starts with a dot ball, just a bit too wide. Slightly short as well. West Indies men winning the toss and bowling first against Bangladesh in the first test in Antigua and Barbuda. Bangladesh 41 for a loss of 3. Kima Roach 2 of those 3 wickets, and Jaden Seals 1. This one is cut away, thick edge as well, maybe a little bit outer edge, and we'll get the boundary. Haley Matthews went a bit hard at that one and got the leading edge. I mean, she was opening the face of the bat already and got it in the gap for 4. So that's another boundary, her 6th boundary. 113 now without loss.
Yes, and with no slip, and there's a gap between the backward point and the square cover. Once she got a meaty edge, it will definitely go away for 4, bisecting those two. Previously in the over, she got a short one. She was looking for that shot, but punched it straight to the square cover. So she capitalized nicely when this was a little bit more closer to the body. Played well, Haley Matthews.
Overnight we saw some pitch on that Antigua pitch, some grass on that pitch. And West Indies winning the toss and bowling first, got 3 early wickets.
Yes, and that's good to see, John. There's some grass in the pitch. You want to give our fast bowlers an opportunity. Roach in the team, Jaden Seals, good for him as well. One of our fastest. You mold our youngsters. A bad start by Bangladesh, losing their first wicket without a run on the board. First delivery this morning by Kima Roach, picking up a wicket, and they continue to make good headway.
It actually was the second delivery of the morning. First delivery was a single from Tamin Iqbal, and then Mahmudul Hassan got that first ball from Roach. Najmul Hussain as well went without scoring, and then Mominul Haq also without scoring. So three batters all going back in the pavilion for Bangladesh without any run. Tamin Iqbal is on 29 at the moment, and Liton Das on 12.
Well, both those boys, Tamim Iqbal and Liton Das, they're very, very good players. They must put a partnership there. But John, West Indies has an opportunity to make further inroads.
It's 160 now after 26 overs. West Indies, Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals, Kima Roach, and we mentioned earlier, Gurakesh Moti. Congratulations to him. Yet another Guyanese spinner making West Indies side, test side. Also from Barbados, also from Albion. So Albion as well continues to produce cricketers not only for the county, not for the country, but also for the West Indies. So congratulations again to Gurakesh Moti.
Yes, and we wish the youngster, whenever he has the opportunity to bowl there, we know his fielding is good, we know he can bat as well, but once you get the opportunity, you need to make it count. And I'm sure with experience in the West Indies team that they will nurture him along. He's quite a good talent. Now he has gotten the opportunity, make it count.
He has replaced his fellow left-arm spinner, his fellow Berbishan in that West Indies side, Versamy Pamal, not finding favour with the selectors this time around. But Moti got into the squad and now into the 11. Yet to have a ball, but I'm sure he will use all of the knowledge that he has gained over the years playing for the Guyana side at various levels. And with that experience, you want to transform his success into the test side. Red ball cricket.
Yes, and I'm sure he's going to relish that opportunity. We saw him in the 4-day West Indies Championship in Trinidad and Tobago for the final 3 rounds. I thought he bowled well. He picked up wickets. He batted brilliantly. His fielding is good as well. So I think the selectors looked at those things and said, here is a young man that we can work with. Why not give him an opportunity? And I'm sure, John, there will be no animosity between himself and Veerasamy Permaul. Veerasamy Permaul, the veteran, they share a good relationship. So on this occasion, Moti has gotten the nod. Give Veerasamy Permaul some time to settle down, and I'll dare say, wheel and come again.
Third highest wickets in the recent 4-day championships for Permaul, behind Cornwall and Kimo Paul. Over 27 completed now, 120 without loss. Barbados winning the toss and batting first against the Windward Islands in the first match of CG United Super 50 Cup at Providence. Some spectators in the stands, but they're in uniform. So the police officers in Guyana, they're here for security purposes and enjoying the game as well. Why not?
Yes, and if I'm a police officer and cricket is being played and we are asked to provide security, I would have been the first one to raise my hand. Just because I love the game of cricket.
So it's going to be a change of bowling. Edward removing herself from the attack. 7 overs, none for 36. 7 consecutive overs as well of left arm spin from the southern end of the ground. And now Noel is back. Karina Noel. Before this, 2 overs, none for 13. She bowled from the northern end previously, now coming back into the attack. This time from the southern end, starts with a full toss outside leg stump. And umpire signals a no ball immediately. And I'm not certain that was for height at all.
No, I think she overstepped. So once she overstepped, the call for no ball will be forced, and then the wide becomes second fiddle.
Right. So because it was a full toss, but down the leg side, so I was looking to see if it was a high full toss. But you're spot on, like umpire Nigel Duguid.
So we're seeing a free hit, the first one in this game.
It means as well that the Windwards have been very good so far, not giving away any no balls before. Oh, Haley Matthews goes big. There's a fielder deep mid wicket. She's going to come to take the catch, but because it's a free hit, she'll not get the wicket. And she was actually holding on to the ball a bit too long after taking that catch. Good catch, mind you, but Haley Matthews capitalizing, coming back for the second, looking for the 6, looking for the maximum, but holding out to the fielder there. But it's a free hit, she's not out.
Yes, definitely. That was a good catch, though. However, not to dismiss a wicket, but certainly will give her confidence out on the boundary area. Had to move in and gripped it nicely. No harm done, however.
That's Homer on the mid-wicket boundary. So Noel giving the extra very early in the over, and then the free hit being capitalized on. This time it's wide outside the off stump. So she's back into the attack, but not able to control the ball so far.
Yes, and when she bowled, John, you mentioned she started from the northern end with the wind behind of her. Now she has to run in and getting the ball into the wind. She has to be careful here. You want to get it right because previously they're very disciplined. And she isn't looking any comfortable here. Just losing rhythm, spring one down the leg side, overstepping, spring outside the line of the off stump. Just need to calm down a little.
While I was off here, I noticed as well that the Windward Islands are at the venue. They're in the practice nets just behind of where we are operating from. So the Windward Islands taking the opportunity to getting some practice. Very useful. Remember, the Windwards finished at the bottom of the T20 segment of the tournament. Not a wide. So Noel's certainly not comfortable running into this wind.
Yes, John, and it says how much the Windward Islands want to improve their performance in the CG United Super 50 Cup. I too, while walking this morning, I was kind of surprised to see them so early practicing out in the middle, but they know exactly what they want, and you know the only way that success comes before hard work is in the dictionary. So they're doing it at the back, and that's very, very good for the Windward Islands team. No, once again, straying way outside the line of the off stump there. And once again, signal a wide. So not a good start to this over here. She need just to ensure, get it up a little bit more. Get it straighter. You want to bowl outside the line of the off stump, that's fine. But do not breach that white crease. And now she'll be given some word of advice by two of her colleagues. And this is good to see. Just cheer her on. Right now she's down. And you want her to know, listen, these things do happen. But you need to get it right very quickly.
And who else? The captain of the day, Malika Edward, and the most experienced player on the field in Pearl Etienne. Lending advice, giving her some motivation. And Karina Noel will continue now. My bet, it will be spot on.
Well, let's hope and see. Just like you said, John, even they will milk it for a single down towards long on. Much better delivery. And you could see her there as she hit the crease. She ensured that the hands came right over the head and straight into the stumps. That should give her some confidence.
And I always say, sometimes all you need in life is a little support. She got some words of encouragement, Karina Noel, and she's spot on. Good follow-up delivery as well. So now perhaps we can say finding her line of length, hitting her straps well. Noel. It's the first over from the southern end. She bowled 2 from the northern end before. So it's a different dynamic because the wind has picked up. Those dark clouds disappeared. And you can feel the breeze coming through now. So feeling as well has improved. So over completed. That's the end of 28 overs. Barbados 125 without loss. It's time for drinks as well here at Providence, and we will also take a break. When we come back, we have more for you, with Barbados winning the toss and batting first at Providence against the Windward Islands. Haley Matthews is on 63. With her is Kaisia Knight on 47, getting closer to that half century. So we're back live at Providence after a refreshments break. 125 after 28 overs without loss. Barbados winning the toss this morning and opting to bat first. Captain Haley Matthews is there on 63. 47 to Kaisia Knight. Very good start, and now we are seeing the 6th bowler being introduced. So Windward Islands looking for that breakthrough and calling upon the teenager, the 18-year-old Zeta James, the St. Lucian.
Yes, so we are going to see what Zeta has to present here now. She has a very, very brave heart. Not a tall girl, but certainly you do not have to be tall to perform. She's left arm as well.
Starts with a short ball, and there is Matthews getting a single. So single early in the over. So James now will have to bowl to the left-handed Kaisia Knight, so she has to make the adjustment. Because Matthews, not only that she's right-handed, she's also tall. So she had to make the adjustment in line and also in length. Try to get it fuller to the shorter and left-handed Kaisia Knight.
Yes, so we're seeing so far 3 left-arm spinners operating for the Windward Islands. And they have been impressive. They have managed to keep Barbados' scoring rate down. So they have done a good job so far. That was a quicker delivery.
It was short, wide, but quick. That's why Knight did not get it away. Similar type of delivery, but angled into the left-hander. Knight approaching her half century. She's been there for a long time, since the start of the innings. This is over number 29. Cut away down towards third man. It's very fine. It's going to run very close to the boundary. It's going to get into the boundary, and she will get the half century. late cut, extremely late from Kaisia Knight to bring up her half century. She's now on to 51. Well played.
Yes, a fine half century by Kaisia Knight, and you called it beautifully, John. Delaying the shot and cutting late, cutting where she wanted. Perfect cricket shot to bring up a fine half century. Congratulations to her.
Follows up with a nicely played drive down towards deep cover. So rotation in the strike, but James in a first over, too short on the occasion, a bit too wide. Early days for her. End of over number 29. Barbados 131 without loss.
Yes, and this partnership continues to grow here between Kaisia Knight and her skipper Hayley Matthews. And certainly they will be worried. That's the Windward Islands, because if you have so many wickets in the arms, in the dugout yet to come, and you reach that 40th over, it can be all hell can break loose for them. They have some very strong hitters, but Barbados here today winning the toss and batting, calling correctly and doing what it takes out in the middle there as well. They have looked extremely good.
So it looks as if there's going to be a change of a wicket keeper. So the Windward Islands, Ashleen Edward will put on the pad and the gloves, and 13, who had the gloves, will come off. I thought she was going to leave the field, but maybe she's going to have a bowl. But Glasgow will be recalled. So 13 surrendering the gloves, but she's not leaving the field. So strange enough, the wicketkeeper relinquished the wicket-keeping duties and is now at long off. Maybe 13 will have a bowl. And we've seen wicket-keepers recently getting the opportunity with the ball and picking up wickets. Remember the great MS Dhoni getting the wicket of Travis Dowling. And now we saw recently Nicholas Pooran, captain of West Indies, over 50 over side, bowling, getting 4 wickets. So maybe 13 was just giving up the gloves to Ashleen Edward. Maybe she may have a bowl, but for now it's going to be Glasgow into the attack. This one is late, delicately played down towards the third man, into the boundary. There's no field at third man, and that one will go into the boundary for 4. That's recognizing the weakness there. Big gap, opening the face of the bat, getting the boundary. Well played.
Yes, well, Glasgow started this morning. She opened the bowling from the northern end of the ground, 4 overs, none for 22. Come back now for her second spell in this match, and already first delivery going for a boundary. Once again, good looking shot by Kaisia Knight, waited on the delivery and cutting it down through the vacant third man area and collecting a boundary.
So Glasgow as well from the southern end, who replaced Noel starting on a bad line. So we saw Noel having her issues down at the bottom end, and now we're seeing Glasgow with the first delivery of her new spell, just too wide. And I think there's a lapse in the feeling there of the Windward Islands. There was no third man. Now we see the captain positioning herself down to third man. Captain for the day, Malika Edward. Might be a missed opportunity to have the field right. Lapse in judgment, lapse in concentration. First time maybe as captain as well for Edward.
Yes, and those are positions that you want to ensure that you have a fielder.
That's a confident drive again from Knight. Etienne is at long off. Just a single.
And that was a solid looking shot. Full face of the bat. Flowing drive. She knows all she wanted from that was a single, and played it well down towards long off. So here is where the confidence has been built, and now the runs should be flowing, and they are flowing now. Singles, getting boundaries as well.
Single again. So rotation in the strike. and picking up the single very easily. And there's 13 coming off the long off boundary. The wicket keeper, not with the gloves this time, and she gets the ball back to the bowler. 137. We must apologize to our viewers for not having that score on the monitor. 137 Barbados without loss. 65 to Matthews, 57 to Kaisia Knight. In the air, and it's going to fall in the gap to the right of Zeta James, who's at backward point. It was uppish, but falling in the gap. So single again. So rotation in the strike once more between Matthews and Kaisia Knight.
Yes, and that was a false shot, but she survived. She gets the single. She was looking to get it more through the cover area or maybe over cover. But went through with the shot, was looking to hit it very hard and sliced it just away to the right of the cover fielder.
Down the leg side and is being punished. So Glasgow as well having her issues running in from the southern end of the ground, running into the breeze. And we can see the breeze has picked up.
And that was a good wristy shot to John. She came forward to the pitch of the delivery, turned the wrist nicely over it. And I love the motion that she had. You know, very, very smooth from Hayley Matthews.
So that's the end of 30 overs. Barbados 140 without loss. Matthews 67. 58 is our partner, Kaisia Knight. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yes, so 30 overs gone, and we watching another over from the northern end as the left-handed Kaisia Knight takes strike in the air, but pick the gap between the cover and the extra cover, and she will get a single. As I say, hello once again to Wadikar Kemraj. Enjoying the cricket, my friend?
Hello, hello, Inderjeet. Yes, you know, it's all happening out in the middle. Barbados haven't lost a wicket. So here is the ploy. You know, we've got loads of wickets, and we're pressing ahead with the score. These are really ominous times here for the Windward Islands.
So Zeta James continue, and she's bowling left arm orthodox. And look at this, Kemraj. Hayley Matthews knows once she played with soft hands, there was always a single down towards wide mid-off. And she got that. Just pushing forward, collecting the single, rotating the strike nicely. This is brilliant stuff we're watching. And she knows where the single is to Kaisia Knight. Just stepping on the back foot, opening the face of the bat, bisecting the extra cover on the cover. And another single. And this left arm, right arm combination by the batters, it is presenting some trouble here for Windward Islands.
Yes, it is presenting some massive problems for the Windward Islands. First of all, you need to get that first wicket. That wicket that is eluding them so far in this game. And full credit to Barbados in the G. They've really played well together, both left and right hand combination. Really sweet to see out in the middle. What's happening?
And the transition has been very good from the T20 blaze to the 50 over game. On some occasions, you will find that moving from T20 to 50 overs, you know, the batters will go from ball number one. Brilliant partnership continue to blossom here at the National Stadium, Barbados. They are 144 without loss. You will be joined by Clyde Butts. Good time to remind you, this is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Good. So as Inderjeet leaves you, we have some drizzles coming down. I just hope that they won't be for long. And we have had now what 30 overs bowled. Barbados have gone on to, I just await the score, but it's really it's been a very good start by the Bajans, and they continue to frustrate the Windward Islands out in the middle. and not losing a wicket and putting the pressure on the Windward Islands and making sure that they have adequate wickets so that when they can launch an attack maybe later on, they'll have ample time to do so. The two batters out in the middle, Matthews and Knight, are batting really well, and it just goes to show what an important partnership can do for your team. So we've had 30 overs bowled, and as I speak to you, the covers are being brought on. They're coming on, but I don't think they're going to be coming on for long. The Drizzlers are still with us here at the stadium, and I welcome back Clyde Butts. Good morning to you again, Clyde.
Good morning to you again, Wadikar. Certainly, Barbados have really done well here today at the start of this game, and as we speak, the covers are coming on, but I don't think a lot of the players or even the umpires trying to get off. I think the rain has actually stopped. It was just a quick little shower, and maybe we'll see the covers really going back off, because I don't think we'll have much of a stop. Well, I haven't said that. The covers are still coming on, so these groundsmen here know their conditions as well, and they know where the rain's coming from. So they're probably thinking, well, we're going to have a little bit of rain. So as both teams, the batters and the fielders, are now going off. The umpires are going. Haley Matthews doesn't want to go. She's probably thinking, I'm in a good nick. I'm hitting the ball well. Why would I want to go off when there's no rain?
Yes, she seems to be reluctant to come off of the playing surface. But as we speak to you, the showers have really eased. And I don't think that they're going to be on for a pretty long time, the covers. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break. We'll come back to you in just like about maybe 10 minutes to give you another update. But as it is right now, Barbados, they are what? I'll give you the score in a while. Just waiting for the score to come up on the board. But we've had 31 overs bowled, and it's all Barbados all morning. So that's the latest position. Barbados batting against the Windward Islands at the Providence Stadium in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Well, good morning to you across Guyana and overseas if you're joining us on live stream. We're back here at the Providence Stadium, and we had a short delay, of course, which was due to the drizzles that we had. But they're somewhat eased, and the players are back out in the middle, the umpires, and the two batters are out in the middle as well. That's Matthews and Kaisia Knight. And they'll resume their innings. Barbados 145, I'm told. 145 for no wicket. 145 for no wicket. 31 overs bowled. And it's getting interesting all the time for the Windward Islands. They haven't picked up a wicket yet. And it's really a sorry sight to look at them not picking up a wicket, because the Bajans seem to be having them on the back foot right now. So as I speak to you, the players are out in the middle. The two batters are out there. That's Matthews. She taps away and will await the bowling again of Glasgow from the players' pavilion end. She doesn't deliver, and she will go back to her mark. So the two batters, that's Matthews and Knight. And let me just remind you that this morning Barbados winning the toss and deciding to take first strike here at the Providence Stadium. It was absolutely tremendous weather until moments ago when we had the drizzles. But as I said, they've eased and the players are back out in the middle as Glasgow will continue. She bowls on the line of the off stump, and which is pushed into the offside. The score remains at 145 without loss. I welcome back Clyde. Again, good morning to you, Clyde.
Yes, dear Wadikar. Ajit Wadikar. You remember that famous cricketer? Were you named after him?
I want to figure so. I never really got to ask my dad about that, but I want to figure that during that course of time.
He captained India down in the Caribbean, wasn't it? Somewhere in the 70s. As this is cut away down past backward point. This is going to go into the boundary for 4. Yes, it does. Good looking shot from Haley Matthews. Ball just outside the off stump. She was back cutting it to the left of Zeta James, it is, at backward point, and it went all the way down to the boundary for 4. Good looking shot.
Yes, I think it was 1971 when Ajit came with our Indian team, when India first won a series in the West Indies, Ajit Wadikar. So I want to figure that the name had some origin to do with that.
Outside the line of the off stump again, this time steered down to third man for an easy single.
This is really Barbados in advance, in a total advantage to them, and they're so in charge of this match at the moment. 149, I make it 149 without loss. Not oftentimes you see that on the scorecard. Not a wicket going down for that score. So that has brought up the 150. The 150 has come up for Barbados. They haven't lost a wicket. So pretty interesting, Clyde. 150 without loss.
Yeah, good, very good partnership by Kaisia Knight and her captain Haley Matthews. They've both played well. Matthews especially has looked good. And Kaisia Knight has batted pretty well as well. Of course, she's batting with her captain, and her captain is one of the better players in world cricket today. So she's given her that sort of support, and it's good. I think the Windward Islands has stuck to their task. One has to give them some credit. There was a period when the two spinners were bowling in tandem. They kept things fairly tight. But you could have seen that both Matthews and Knight were playing that waiting game, deciding, look, we have got enough overs to work with. There was no point of us trying to go after the spinners and to lose wickets. Nice looking shot as she goes back, pushes it up the long on. Easy single.
Yes, I do like the operation from the very start. The two began, looking for the singles and rotating the strike, and that's very important to the game of cricket. Not all about boundaries all the time. You can have the ones and the twos and milk the bowling wrong, and so forth. And they've really put some fair amount, huge pressure on the Windward Islands as they seek to get their first wicket in this match, 151, without loss.
I mean, it's the first match in the CG United Super 50 50 Cup. And I think, you want to start with that sort of purpose. You want to look the part. You're probably feeling it a little by losing the T20, coming down to the last match when they lost to Trinidad and Tobago. So they will be telling themselves, well, we've got something to play for. We have to revenge that defeat. We have to come out now, play some good cricket, and when we get back to play in Jamaica, probably maybe in the finals of the Super 50, we're going to beat them. But we have to start good. We have to take every game seriously.
This is a ball that's punched up too long on. They get another single. So good rotation in the strike as James continues from the media center end. And I take your point. Yeah, you want to start on the right note, on the winning note. And I think Barbados, they have started on the right note by first of all preserving their wickets and getting a really good score so far.
I mean, you're saying that this pitch as well is the one that was used for the last 3 rounds, or let me say the last 3 days of the T20 blast, having 3 games per day. So this pitch has continued to play well. It has had a little bit of bounce. We haven't seen deliveries really turn a lot or squat. It has certainly played very well. And the groundsman must have put in a lot of work yesterday into this pitch, and I think they're going to have 9-10 days straight cricket. They're gonna have their work cut out.
Yes, on this note, I want to say kudos to the ground staff as well too, because oftentimes you don't tend to mention about these people, but they play a significant role in the game of cricket as well. And hats off to them. I know they've been doing a tremendous job.
Well, Habib has been here for quite some time, and I think he loves his job. He loves what he does, and he's always willing to learn. He's somebody that always asks a question or has always got a nice little comment to make about the work that he's doing at the stadium. And I have a lot of time for him. I think he's a very good groundsman, and certainly he has marshaled his force well.
So we've had another over bowled. We've had 33 overs bowled now. And Barbados are winning the toss and batting here against the Windward Islands at the Providence Stadium. They have raked up so far 154 for no wicket. 154 for no wicket.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on the Windward Islands. I think they're feeling the pressure. And you look at them on the field, the chirping and so on has just died away a little. So I think they would certainly want to try and get a wicket or two very quickly. Matches is looking to on drive this time. Hits the pad. I think it was going down the leg side, and they go for a leg by.
So it's 155 for no wicket. We're in over number 34 of this encounter, and so the competition, of course, spread across 2 zones. And this is the very first match, as Clyde said, and Barbados against the Windward Islands. Barbados putting the pressure so far and maintaining the ascendancy.
This one just driven nicely out to the cover on the cover boundary, but they'll only get 1 as the sweeper comes around. And Knight gets an easy single. Short cut away, but straight to the field at point. Haley Matthews, she's on 77. Is that right? And
yes, according to the scoreboard.
And certainly looking good.
This is another ball which is stroked out into the offside by Matthews. She remains on 77, 156 for no wicket. We're in over number 34. So we've lots of sunshine basically here at the Providence Stadium. Just a few spectators coming to watch this encounter. And that's interesting to see, and I encourage once you're in the Providence area and Georgetown and its environs, you can come up and watch cricket for free here. I'm pretty sure, Clyde, that you would encourage the crowd too to come out, the spectators.
You would love to see people come out and watch some cricket, and you've got some international players play along with some of the regional players, best players in the Caribbean in terms of regional cricket on show. Short pulled away in front of square, didn't time it as well as probably she would have liked, and she's only going to get a single.
Good. So we've had what 34 overs bowled. Barbados winning the toss and batting here against the Windward Islands. They are 157 for no wicket. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to the CG Insurance Women's Super 50 Cup from the Providence Stadium.
Yeah, and Barbados, I think, continue to play good cricket. Both batters not really looking to go after the bowling as yet, looking to work the ball into the spaces, and there are lots of spaces in the outfield, and pick up their singles, keep rotating the strike, and they're doing a good job of it. And well, they would be thinking, well, we've got 16 overs, probably we could wait until that last few overs and then really go after the bowling. Cut away down to backward point, nicely knocked down by the fielder, but they still get the single.
Yes, and while the Bajans haven't taken the Windward Islands and bowling apart, what they've done is that they have really been running well between the wickets. That's very evident, and that's very important.
And that should have been a single, just as you said. They've been running well between the wickets. I think they've been a little lackadaisical in their running, actually, because sometimes when the ball go out in the deep, you look at them and they're just jogging up and down the pitch. There's not that energy in terms of their running. I think they've been very casual with their running. They've worked the ball nicely into spaces, but I think where the running is concerned, they've been very casual.
So that's Glasgow. She's maintaining a tight rein outside the off stump, not giving Knight too much of room, and giving her that space or that vacant spots on the offside. So they walk another single, and one more goes into the scorecard. 159 now for no wicket, and we're in over number 35. So that completes what? Over number 35. Barbados 160 for no wicket. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to the CG United Super 50 Cup from the Providence Stadium. So that was a very quick single, and the fielder had a throw at the non-striker's end.
They were jogging. Had that hit the stump, I think Haley Matthews would have been out. That was very good fielding by Zeta James down at backward point as Haley Matthews played the one jogging casually up the pitch again. Zeta James picked it up and had a throw at the stump, and she had to hustle in. And had that hit, I think that would have been very close.
So Glasgow continues from the Players Pavilion end.
Driven nicely out to extra cover, knocked down but unable to feel clean, and it trickles out to long off. Not a single tonight. She continues to work the ball around, picking up singles. We did see in that last over as well, that last delivery that Haley Matthews faced, she was looking to give Glasgow the charge. Maybe, just maybe she's decided, look, I'm going to try and go after the bowling a little bit more.
She's pushing this ball on the onside. Gets a very quick single. So one more to Matthews. She goes up to 82. 163 now. I make it for no wicket. I mean over number 35. So she's slowly getting up, eyeing that 100 mark there, hoping to get that century.
Delivery that short, but going down the leg side as she was looking to go back to pull. Just kept a little low, but it was going way down leg side. Although there was an appeal, but you can see that that was going to beat leg stump by some distance.
So that completes another over here at the National Stadium. 164 for no wicket. And we've had what? 36 overs bowled. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cup.
Barbados now must be thinking that they're going to score somewhere along that 250, 270 mark. Somewhere between that area. Maybe a 275. On driven, down to long on, easy single. I think that's what they've done well. They've found the gaps. They've picked the gaps and be able to rotate the strike. That's short outside the off stump, not a single. Singles are coming at regular intervals. I think it's obvious the two batters at the moment working towards their goal, probably looking to get that 100. Both of them. Haley Matthews closer.
Yes, the two batters, they're not finding that difficulty out in the middle. They're really at ease. 169 for no wicket.
This is down the leg side, trying to bowl a little quicker, a little flatter, not directing it well. Wide signal by umpire Crawford.
So the spinners get through their overs very quickly. That's another over completed. We've had, 37 overs bowled. And the Barbados winning the toss and batting here against the Windward Islands. They are 177, I make it 177 for no wicket.
Worked out in the offside again by Haley Matthews. Going to be another easy single. They found the gap so well. I think that's been the hallmark of their batting, the way they've found the gaps, how they've pierced the gaps, picking up singles, hitting the ball out into the sweepers at cover and long off in the long off, long on area. Again, this one was short, down the leg side. She was back. Didn't bounce as probably as she was expecting, looking to hit that one behind square. Was able to get it out just in front of square on the offside. And they jog a single.
Yeah, so they're getting the singles and the twos at will. And approaching that last 10 over period. It's going to be interesting what Barbados eventually will come up with, but at the moment they're really enjoying batting against the Windward Islands here. Lots of pressure on them.
Here's where I think Windward Islands have missed their captain, an off-reflection experienced cricketer, and a top-class leg spinner as well. It just seems to be going through the motions at the moment. There's no chirping, there's no liveliness in the field.
Sometimes, it does happen, you're on the back foot and all you're waiting for is something to happen. You're not being proactive.
And if you know you've got a great bat inside, you will be thinking, well, the pitch is playing well. There's no need for us to rush things. We're keeping down to 5-6 runs and over. But when your batting have been struggling, it must be a daunting task to think that we haven't got now wicket. They keep on scoring, keep on rotation the strike. They're getting 4 or 5 runs an hour. This is Paul, and she's going to be out. Caught at short midway to get a short delivery outside off some. She was looking to pull it through mid wicket. It went to the left of Joseph, who dived and took a good catch. That's a pretty good catch because it was traveling a little hard. So the Windward Islands have gotten their first wicket. Glasgow's got their first wicket.
Good. So that's it. They've had their first wicket. 177 now for one. And Knight will slowly head back to the pavilion. We'll give you her score in a moment. But that was short. She was into her wicket very quickly, and perhaps didn't get didn't get it aerial as she had wanted, and straight to the fielder there, Joseph, at mid-wicket. So she goes back to the pavilion. And an important point in time of the match to get the first wicket, because when Barbados were preparing for that final 10 overs and were preparing to accelerate faster, and they now lose their first wicket. So 177 for 1, and it's interesting as the new batter comes out into the middle.
Night goes, night comes.
So that's Kishona Knight. She replaces Kaisia Knight, and she will want to partner Haley Matthews to see how far they can actually take it up. But this has been a Barbados game so far, and the Windward Islands, while they had a few opportunities, did not take them. It has been dominated by Barbados so far. But while we keep saying that, Clyde, the Windwards haven't been ravaged. They haven't been taken apart, so to speak.
No, I don't think they have. I think they've bowled well within themselves. They've bowled maybe in good areas, but they've been bowling two good batters, two West Indian batters. And they've worked the ball into gaps and pick up singles and kept the rotation of the strike going. I don't think the bowlers have bowled that badly. They probably wasn't as penetrative as they would have liked to be. But they haven't. I don't think they've bowled that badly. I think you have to give credit to the two Barbadian openers. I think they batted very well, choose which balls to hit, they worked the ball into spaces, and they were able to rotate the strike very well.
Yes, we often say it, strike rotation, it's so important in the game of cricket, and we did see it earlier from the two, as the left arm spinner continues. That's James. So we're back with the brilliant sunshine that we had this morning at the start of play. And just to recap, Barbados winning the toss in this first Super 50 match and deciding to take first strike. This is a ball that's cut away down to point, and they get another single. So she goes off the mark. So Matthews on 91 from 122. And the Kishona Knight, she's on 1 of 3. Barbados 179 for 1.
And I think Matthew would be thinking, well, I just need to keep working, get to that 100, and then probably launch an attack on the bowlers. Sometimes it doesn't work, and sometimes it works, but certainly I think she'll try when she gets to the 100 mark to really launch an attack on the bowlers.
Yes, I agree with you. So we've had another over bowled. It's 39 gone, and Barbados winning the toss and batting here against the Windward Islands. They are 179. Yes, 179 for 1, 39 overs gone. That's the latest score here from the Providence Stadium. And I use the word calculated, Clyde, if you might want to join me using that word. I think it's a well-calculated approach here by Matthews. She realizes that, we have adequate time, overs, at our disposal, so I don't need to be in a hurry or in a rush. I can get up to the 100 mark, the century, but first of all, I'm playing for my team. As Glasgow continues, that ball is pushed out into the offside. They get another single. She's 9 runs away from a well-deserved 100. If she does get there, it's going to be a well-played 100, 180 for 1.
And Glasgow's more or less bowl to that one side of the wicket, bowling to off stump, going a little wider. And you never know, maybe they could have tightened up that offside field a little, bringing that short fine leg over to a cover position, probably look to cut some of those singles.
This is Knight, and she drives to a full pitch delivery through the offside. 181 for 1. Knight remains in 2. Matthews has 92 from 126. And just to give you an update in the first test match, the West Indies, of course, winning the toss, inserting Bangladesh to take first strike. At lunch, Bangladesh, they're tottering at 76 for 6. 76 for 6. So the West Indies having it their way so far, Clyde, in that first test match.
Yes, and that's good to see. I mean, you've got Bangladesh, you've got them at home, and you need to try and dominate. And when you start in that way, you know, that would certainly help you, even though you cannot underrate a team like Bangladesh. They bat a long way, and the batting tends to go down a bit. So you still got work to do. You still have to make sure that you get those 4 wickets.
One that keeps very low, and time and again we would see that, Clyde. Keep the stifle low, 181 for 1, another over completed.
Yeah, another good over from Glasgow, keeping things fairly tight. I think she only got, 2 runs in that over. So she hasn't been bowling badly. She's been kept things fairly tight. She's not given a lot of bad balls away. And James has not bowled badly either. She's been pushed up to long on for singles. And as a young spinner, you tend to let them get the batters on the front foot, and I think she has done that much better than we did see in the T20. In the T20, she was bowling a little short, but she has come now and she's pitched the ball up a lot more than we did see her in the T20.
So James continues, another over from the media centre end, and bowls to Matthews, and she gets a single as she punches the ball into the offside to start over number 41.
I guess we'll see the acceleration from the Barbados or the intent of an acceleration soon. Unless they've decided they've got enough runs on the board.
I don't want to doubt you there. Because you're coming to the latter stages of the innings.
And you've only lost 1 wicket, so there must be some sort of intent sooner rather than later.
James bowls on the line of the leg stump, which is... she tries to tickle, misses, taken by the keeper, and the score remains at 182 for 1. So Knight has 2 and Matthews has 93 from 127 deliveries. So far she has been playing well, looking to get to the century. This is stroked into the offside. They get a very quick single again. 183 for 1.
I guess Windwards would be saying, look, they've only lost 1 wicket, but they haven't gotten away from us in terms of their scoring. They haven't dominated and hit the ball all over the place. They've bowled fairly well. They've been working the ball out into the cover regions. We have bowled to our field because we haven't given away that many 4 deliveries.
Yes, and to add to your point, the run rate is just about 4.5 or thereabouts. So, and as you said, they haven't been able to get away with the match, so to speak. They've only lost 1 wicket, but the Windward Islands have kept a tight rein on things sometimes.
Looking to cut backward of point, got the outer half of the bat. This is going to go away for 4. Delivery is just a little wide outside the off stump. She was looking to hit that probably backward of point, got the edge, and went down to the boundary for 4. So Matthews would be happy with that. I don't think say that James is happy. She's got the edge, and it went to the boundary for 4.
So Matthews, she goes up to 97. She's faced 128 deliveries for her runs. Knight has 3. Barbados 183 for 1 in over number 41. And these are the closing stages of the Barbados innings. And no doubt they will want to press on the accelerator very quickly because they have wickets intact. And They will see how close they can get up to the maybe 250, 260 thereabout.
Yes, and as poor Etienne would now be reintroduced into the attack, just like John Ramsing being reintroduced into the commentary team, into the commentary area. But the Windwards has not done badly. Barbados, yes, in terms of their score, they've only lost 1 wicket. They've got 190 odd runs on the board, but the Windwards haven't been dominated as such.
They've been disciplined. Hello, Clydie. Hello, everyone. 187 on the board. Now, 8 overs after this one, still to go. So, score looks good.
Predictions?
I'd still back Barbados to get at least 250. They must get 250. Look at this platform that has been laid. Maybe they should be pushing for at least 265 now.
Well, I think when Matthews gets to that 100 mark, we see her try and go after the bowling. How it goes, one never knows, because when you sometimes when you try and change tempo, you don't lose wickets. So we'll just have to wait and see.
So I'll return the favor. Your prediction?
Well, I had predicted they were going to get about 270, between 250 and 270 earlier on. Oh, she's looking to work this on the onside. There was a loud appeal from Etienne. She's down on her haunches thinking maybe that could have been, but I think it maybe been sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, I think it looked great.
Yeah,
but the umpires are having a good day, I can tell you that. Yeah. Shannon Crawford.
The bowlers wouldn't tell you that, though, that the umpires are having a good day. Us bowlers tend to think when the umpires doesn't raise their fingers that they're not having a good day.
Yeah. But good comeback over from Etienne.
I think the cricket has been good. They haven't bowled bad deliveries. They've bowled wicket to wicket. They've bowled to their field. The pitch hasn't done anything extraordinary. And maybe with a little bit of luck here and there, they could have had a few wickets.
Just letting that one go, Etienne. So Matthews getting closer to 3 figures, now on to 98. Already faced 133 deliveries. So 189 Barbados. Do remember they won the toss and opted to bat first in good conditions. Just had a little bit of maybe 50 minutes. We were off because of rain. We've lost just one batter in Kaisian Knight for 72.
I've never scored a lot of 100 in my life. But, I'm not going to score one this afternoon either, because as I sit here, somebody has just come behind me ready to take over, and I allow them, because I don't think he has ever scored one of those in his life. So I allow him to score one today.
Some spectators making their way into the ground and taking up position at the mound and trying to get as close as possible to the action right on the rail of the mound. Would like to see that 100 as well from Haley Matthews. 3 guys in the ground, so 3 more than we had at the start of the match. So welcome back once again, Inderjeet. And Inderjeet, we're about to see Haley Matthews cross 3 figures in the very first match of the CT United Super 50 Cup. First match, first 100.
Yes, certainly she is on 98 and it's there for the taking. She will not have strike, but she has all the time in the world to get to that 100. Should she get there to 3 figures, John, it's going to be a calculated, well-constructed 100 and well-deserved as well.
Kaisian Knight, the lone batter to be dismissed, gone for 72. Was caught off the bowling of Glasgow. Glasgow completing her spell of 10 overs. 1 for 53. 6 bowlers in all used for the Windward Islands. Just 1 successful so far. This is the first match of the 50 overs tournament, the CT United Super 50 Cup. This is a Group A match. So the other team in Group A, Jamaica, So Jamaica, the Windward Islands, and Barbados in Group A. So each team will play each other once. In Group B, we have Trinidad and Tobago, the Leeward Islands, and host Guyana. Then after those round-robin matches in the group stage, you'll have the top 2 teams from each group playing the other 2 teams for a semi-final. Well, in the semi-finals, the bottom 2 teams that will not get into the semi-finals will play each other for 5th and 6th place. And after those semi-finals, we'll have the grand final on June 25. So it's a different format, longer version of the game, same white ball, but each team not playing each other once, like we saw in the T20 Blaze. But it's important that the women get playing opportunities despite not playing each other.
Yes, I do agree with you, John, because there are going to be 10 matches, and that's lots of cricket as well.
So the first Group B match will be Trinidad and Tobago against the Leeward Islands tomorrow. All matches scheduled for Providence, the national stadium here. And I guess the organizers, Cricket West Indies and the Ghana Cricket Board, would have taken into consideration the weather.
Yes, and you're right about that, John. The wise decision is to ensure you play the match at your ace venue. The drainage here is good, and with the weather conditions in Guyana, which is rainy, you want to ensure that we have most cricket being played. If we had played the T20 Blaze at other grounds, that would have not been possible because of the rains as well. So they want to be safe and ensure that the cricket is being played.
Over 43 comes to an end with Barbados 192 for the loss of 1, with Kaishon Knight and Haley Matthews at the crease. Knight is on 6 and Matthews on 99.
Yes, 99, a good place to be. I doubt whether there might be butterflies in the stomach there for Haley Matthews, quite experienced. And on the party mound there, we're having 3 fellas, no doubt contemplating Haley Matthews' entry as well.
Those guys looking on at the action. They have the best seat in the house, you may want to say, and enjoying the vantage point.
And one of them in the middle looks as though he can jump over the rails anytime. So Haley Matthews on 99, and he's coming forward, taking on the pad. There's an appeal. She's gone leg before. Can you believe it? Haley Christine Matthews, LBW on 99 by Pearl Etienne, and she will have to walk back to the pavilion. Now she's going to feel disappointed and wonder what curse is upon me. A magnificent innings, however, has come to an end, and you look at her walk back. She takes the helmet off and will slowly walk back to that dugout, and I'm afraid she's going to be a sad girl despite a brilliant innings.
Oh, disappointment on the captain of Barbados, Haley Matthews, and we can see that on her monitor that she's very, very disappointed. We'll have a look at the replay. Oh, that was earlier in her innings, but it was a full delivery from Etienne and got her, Haley Matthews, hitting her plumb in front. I saw it. I was actually shaking my head after the ball cannoned into her pad, because umpire Duguay, the experienced umpire, the international umpire, was in a perfect position to adjudge that one leg before. So a good innings nonetheless. Well played, 99. The slow hand clap now going up for Haley Matthews, but she's going to be disappointed. But she has done exceptionally well to get her team into this position. 192 for the loss of 2 wickets now, both openers back. And there we see Etienne getting the breakthrough quite belatedly in her 8th over, but they'll be happy to see the back of Haley Matthews, because Clyde Butts just made the point that once she gets to 3 figures, she will start to explode and open up. And if that was the case, we would have been seeing the Windward Islands chasing leather, and maybe a 260, 270 would have been possible. But now they've picked up 2 wickets. Both openers, both set batters are back in the pavilion. The Windward Islands may want to restrict Barbados for little or nothing in the last 8 overs.
Yes, so Haley Matthews has departed, 99. Sad to see her go that way. But the girls from Windwards, they've kept their nerves and they've picked up the prize wicket. And that person is Pearl Etienne, who is bowling at the moment. The new batter is Alyssa Scantlebury. The name Alyssa rings a bell, John Ramsing. That's your little baby girl.
Yes, little Alyssa. I just managed to check up on her. She's spending some quality time with her maternal grandmother today. And a bit later on, I understand, she's going to go to her paternal grandmother. Little Alyssa, yes. So Alyssa
Yes, Alyssa.
Scantlebury.
That's right. She's out in the middle there. I've not seen too much of Alyssa here, but she has come in with the foundation laid, 192 for the loss of 2. That sparkling partnership of 177 between Kaisia Knight and Matthews. Now both of them have departed, so it is left now on these two. One, that's Knight, Kishona Knight, 6 from 17. And this is Andrevan down towards mid-on. The return comes in, and just missing the woodwork.
That would have been very close. Had Glasgow hit that one directly, I would think Scantlebury would have been scampering back to the pavilion. It was very close. Good work from mid-on. Glasgow got to the ball very quickly. She attacked it and then threw the stumps, but missed the stumps at the non-strikers end. You want to get runs. You want to get your first run, yeah, but you want to be safe as well. So eventually she got there, but not in the most convincing of fashion.
Yes, so this has brought Kishona Knight, left-hander in strike. Has been a little bit of a struggle for her. 17 balls to get her 6 runs. And Etienne continues to bowl very well here so far. She's in her 8th over and she's picked up 1 for 20 with her final delivery coming up. And John, I looked at the girls in the T20 Blaze practicing out in the middle, and at a very short distance they were picking up the ball, cocking the arms back, and then shying at the stumps. I'm not too certain if that's the right way, but we learned in the olden days when you were short in, you picked it and you underarm the return. The over here has been completed at the end of 44. It's 193 for the loss of 2. Yeah, I suppose when you're close in, you want to come with that rhythm, because when you pick it up, you're going to cock the arm back. You're losing time, and that is exactly what happened to Glasgow out in the middle, because she wasn't far away from the stumps.
Yeah, but sometimes I think these players, not only looking at the technique, but sometimes they want to get it back quickly as possible. Sometimes when you lob it, when you underarm it, it takes a little longer. If you're not accurate, of course, but if you are accurate, then it can make a big difference. But they go over the shoulder, really trying to get it a bit faster.
And I remember the great Sir Clive Lloyd, they call him the Big Cat. He was an absolutely splendid fielder, and once he was running in and close up, he will collect that ball and underarm it with speed to the keeper or to the stumps. Remember Trevor Chappell as well, he was real good with that.
Kiana Joseph continues. This is her 9th over now. None for 27, left arm spinner. She's bowled from the northern end of the ground. Pace off. Lots of pace off. That's a very slow delivery from Joseph.
And that should be the strategy, John, on pitches like these. And the Barbadian girls, they love the ball coming onto the bat. So if you can just take pace off it, well, then they are the ones who will have to make the play. Once again, that was a good delivery. The return coming to the wrong end, however.
And the return coming underarm this time from Glasgow. She attacked the ball again. And this time she got it underarm, but off target, very high in the air. Single taken.
Yes, and that is something that, you know, the skipper, Malika Edward out in the middle, will want to tell the bowlers at this stage of the game, when the batters will go after the bowling, just slow it up. Slow it up considerably. Like that. But the running has been good between the wickets as well. Despite there is a cover, extra cover, they managed to get that single because they took off very early for it.
And that is the key at the moment. Just want to make sure that they are certain with their calling and their running. This is the back end of the innings. The happy hour is on. 5 overs after this, so they want to cash in. And if you're going to run singles, so you need to be very quick. And if the fielder misfields or if there's a fumble, you can capitalize on that, perhaps to come back for a second.
Yes, I do agree with you. And that was a nicely tossed up delivery that's driven away down towards wide mid-on, and they get the single. So 45 overs have been completed, 5 to go. Barbados winning the toss and batting 196 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So 5 overs to go. Barbados can still try to get to 30 to 40 with a late acceleration, but the Windward Islands, since picking up those 2 wickets, they have pulled things back nicely. Etienne now in her 9th over will continue. She'll be looking for more success. Got the big wicket of Haley Matthews, like before, for 99. So if Etienne can pick up a couple more wickets before her spell is over, we see Barbados will not necessarily get to the target that they're looking for. Maybe a 250 they wanted initially.
And you're right about that, John. I think 250, 260 after the start that they got. But what happened there is that they lost Haley Matthews along with Kaisia Knight in close succession. And that's the reason why they're picked back. And it's a little struggle here. At no point in the game, however, the Windward Island bowling was knocked out of the contest. Not at all. Very economical. And they've managed in different parts of the innings to keep the Barbadian girls a check. At 196 for the loss of 2, they will do well to get up to that 230, maybe 235. And Etienne, John, using all her experience, and she has come to the party today. She has bowled extremely well.
There's no substitute for experience. And there's an old saying, old is gold. So she's perhaps at the back end of her career, but very experienced, Etienne. And she can definitely pass on some of that knowledge to these players. Not only in the Windward Islands camp, but also players around the other teams in the entire tournament. Because she's fit, she's bowling very good line and length, and has pace as well.
Yes, and she's not only raw gold, she's the refined product, and she's showing us that today at Providence.
There's a batter losing her shape, looking to go through the onside, playing across the line. And there's Etienne just holding her line, sticking to her game. Full, straight, stump to stump, just outside the off stump.
Yes, and Scantlebury here, just swinging at one that kept the rifle low, but she was looking to pick it from outside the off stump to go through mid-wicket because she realized there's a pack offside field. You look at it, short white turn man, there's a point. We have cover, extra cover, and a mid-off.
It's a low full toss, and Scantlebury slipped as she was looking for the single, but it's not on. Over comes to an end, so that's the end of 46. 196 for a loss of 2. So not a good over coming to an end from Etienne. 9 completed. He'll have 1 more. Barbados want to see the end of her spell. Maybe they want to look at the other bowlers that they can capitalize on some loose deliveries from, because they're not getting any from Etienne at the moment.
Yes, and what are those other bowlers to come in the Barbadian camp there? We have Edward, left hand, and I think she's going to do pretty well. She might very well be bowling this over. She's taking pace off the ball. Has a nice flight as well. She's a tall girl. 7 overs, none for 36. Who can come back again? Zeta James, 7, none for 35. Along with Etienne, you said 1 over. Noel, I doubt whether Noel might come back, but you never know. 3 overs. On the expensive side, almost 7 runs and over. And they're very careful here. Malika Edward and Malika Homer, rather. In fact, Malika Edward, that's right. She is the one that is skippering this team here. And she has now turned to just make out the field, the bowler that will be Howell? Noel. Well, I've just been saying that it might be a risk to bring back Noel, but she has decided to go with Noel 3 for 20 runs.
So Noel bowled 2 overs at the start of her spell today from the northern end, the same end she's coming in from now. She conceded 13. Her final over that she bowled came from the bottom end, the southern end of the ground, and she conceded 7. So she was taken out after that over, but she looked uncomfortable when she was bowling from the southern end of the ground, not getting the radar right, running into the wind. And now she's coming back to the end that she started, and maybe it's not a bad option because she actually has a little bit pace on the ball, and this time is scooped for the short of the field at cover. Zayda James coming in. So she has a bit of pace, Noel. So Barbados will not necessarily have it their way once Karina Noel can land in good areas.
And she has been landing in good areas here in this over. Her first 2 deliveries, they were good ball. The last one hung in the air for a while with extra cover and cover running in. Neither could have gotten there, and they got the single. This has brought Scantlebury back in strike. So far 14 balls for her 3 runs. Where is Scantlebury going? The return comes in, and she manages to get back home. The fielder there took a little while to get up from the fall and send the return in. In the meantime, she had a chance to get back.
So Scantlebury trying her level best to get the single, looking to rotate the strike, but the ball is played just to the left of the fielder, Kiana Joseph, who put in the dive, but took some time to get the ball back to the keeper. That allowed Scantlebury to get back into her crease.
And John, this is good bowling. Look at it. That one was right on target. No width, no room. She's concentrating to bowl wicket to wicket. And when you come to the death, this is what you need to do. And bowlers will tell you, if you miss, well, then I'm going to hit.
This one is played into the onside. Just short this time, Noel. She's getting the ball to come back after pitching to the right-handers. So earlier we had a full ball and was played down to mid-wicket. This time it's short. And with that inward movement, the batter was able to pull it towards that forward square position for a single.
Yes, just an element of surprise to the batter there. Nothing wrong with it.
Because of her, she's not expressed by any means. That's why the batter had enough time to go back on the back foot and wait for it. Nice piece of feeling from Stacey Ann at that short fine leg position. That ball was travelling. It was a short ball again from the bowler. And there you see Kaishana Knight pulling it. But good feeling. She saved 3.
Yes, Stacey Ann Adams certainly saving some runs there for the team. And the over has been completed. At the end of the over, Barbados 199 for the loss of 2, 47 gone, 3 remaining. Kishana Knight is a 9 from 23, and Alyssa Scantlebury, she's 4 from 17. Wasn't a bad over, just that she bowled a little bit too short, allowing those 2 singles. When she pitched the ball up, she looked such a different bowler.
Yeah, it was a good comeback over from her because she was roughed up. She was not comfortable bowling from the southern end. And we see Etienne operating quite comfortably from the southern end. And she's going to complete her spell of bowling. This is her final over, Pearl Etienne. And there we see the batter diving in where the throw was not even going to her end. But that's good for her, showing good commitment. Not even looking at the ball, nor the fielder, but showing good commitment, diving for her crease.
Yes,
200 is up as well. So 200
yes,
on the board in the 48th over.
And that's a good feeling to see 200 up on the board. It wasn't really a struggle. The bowling has been very economical. I think we've had good batting, but as we come to the closing stages here, they're just falling away a little here, Barbados. And a little bit of a football there will allow the ball to go close towards the boundary. That's Glasgow. The return comes in, and they'll get 2. So it's good to see after a long wait, singles here, singles there, we have actually gotten 2.
It's actually 13 on the ball. 13 who give up the gloves through the innings. She's positioned herself down at long off, most of the innings. So she did well in the field. So 2 more, like you said. 202. 2 overs to go after this. Looking for the singles, not on. That's good bowling again from Etienne. Full and wide. So the operative, they are being very full.
Yes, I'm just wondering to know if the girls inside the circle take a few steps more in just to prevent that single. You know, it can help as well to keep them to dot balls. And I like they're moving in as the bowler comes in.
This time the single will be taken easily because they were starting right back on the edge of the 30-yard circle at mid-off. So the ball took some time to get to her. While it was getting to her, the batters took the single. So they're trying. I'm telling you this. Barbados pair at the crease, Knight and Scantlebury, that's Kaishon and Knight, trying to get under these deliveries from Etienne to get the big shot, but she's not allowing. She's bowling very good, Etienne. Once again, very full, very straight.
And this is absolutely splendid bowling as we come down towards the end of this innings here. Very difficult to bowl at this juncture, but Etienne is doing a fine job. Her final delivery to bring her spell to an end. The return comes in and the keeper doesn't take the bails off. Collected the ball nicely, stretched to the bails and missed it. The over has been completed. Etienne completes her spell. 10 overs, 1 for 25. I think that has been a fine bit of bowling from her as well. So at the end of it, it's 204 for the loss of 2. With 2 overs remaining, John, 12 balls to go. Can they get up to that 218, 220?
So while Haley Matthews was there, while Kaisia Knight was there at the crease, we're looking at a 250 plus total. Since those batters have been dismissed, the Windward Islands pulled it back nicely. Now we're seeing if you can get, like you mentioned, maybe 220. It will be a score of respectability still, but it's good work in the back end by the Windward Islands.
Yes, and Kishana Knight there was trying to go through the cover region. She didn't get the power she was looking for because mid-off was able to come to the right and cut it off, but couldn't save them from the single. Scantlebury surely must be looking for the big shot here. Can she connect? But they must be scampering because there are loads of wicket here to come. You do not want any dot ball whatsoever. This is cut down towards third man and they'll just get the single. So the single is not going to hurt the Windward Islands. They will feel if they can keep them down to singles in this last over, they would have done a good job, and they are doing that so far. As Noel continues from the northern end, she's in her 6th over, none for 27 so far. That's badly lined, just maybe trying a little bit too hard, straying down the leg side. And there you see Kishana Knight ensuring that she allows it to go by. She knows once it passes there, there's going to be an extra. That will be added to the total and another delivery to bowl.
It was uppish, but the field at cover could not get around in time to complete the catch. But this time you see Barbados batters trying to muscle these balls away, not getting the boundaries, but still rotating the strike.
Yes, and even that's almost on the full toss. Kishana Knight wasn't able to put it away. Her timing was off, the power wasn't there, and she only got the single. She's going to be disappointed with that. And another single. So far, so good in the bowling department. We have had how many? 4 deliveries sent down in this over. And 4 singles have been scored. 209 for the loss of 2.
The 4 singles to go with the wide.
Yes.
This time they'll get buys. Ashleen Edwards, the wicketkeeper, not having a good day. She took the gloves over from Turton, who started with the gloves. Ashleen Edwards licking a bye. So these extras as well contributing to this Barbados total, 210 for 2. Good day to everyone in Barbados.
And who should be facing this last delivery here? It's Alyssa Scantlebury, and having a little word of advice there by Kishona Knight. Knight is on 13, Alyssa is on 9. The score is 210 for the loss of 2.
Powerfully played to mid on, but looking for the single is going to be taken because Scantlebury took off very quickly for the single after hitting that ball, and that's the end of the over. So 49 gone, 1 to go, 211 now for the loss of 2, and that will be the final over bowled by Noel. She's not going to have more because it's 1 over to go in the innings. So her spell of 6 overs coming to an end, conceding 31 runs. Just 1 over, you would say. Her third was forgettable, but generally she's bowled well.
Yes, she has bowled well. So just to run through the bowling for you at the moment, Joseph, she completed her spell, 10 overs, 30 runs. Edwards, 7 overs, none for 36. And you can see the scoreboard here. That's a manual scoreboard that tells the story.
So I guess that's why you stop reading your figures, because the board has everything there for our viewers to see.
Yes. Good job by our cameraman as well.
Yes. So an excellent job indeed. So the captain will come to complete the innings, bowling the final over. Malika Edward, 7 overs before this, none for 40. She's going to be running in from the southern end of the ground, where she bowled her first spell, consecutively 7 overs. Pace off from her left arm, and it just goes through the batter, through the keeper, and more extras, more buys. So Ashleen Edward, the keeper, might be related to the bowler Malika Edward, and I'm thinking if they're family, they will not look at each other later on.
Well, she should have done better with that one, John. At least lock the pads together. So if it misses the gloves, it's going to go into the pad. It's not good enough to have, that ball going through the batter and then going through the keeper as well. You need to save every run. So the keeper missed and they capitalized.
Edward changing her line of attack this time to the left-hander, bowling over the wicket. This time Knight down the track, where she gets there, lifts this one over the fielder at mid-on, and then it went into the boundary at long on for 4. So the boundary coming in the last over, the boundary have dried up, but now they're getting it in the last over, 216 for 2.
Yes, that was a great cricketing shot. Came down the track, reached it there on the half volley and swatted it away over wide long on, and bisecting the 2 fielders there and getting the boundary. Great shot.
Down the leg side this time and refusing the single. So Kaishona Knight looking to capitalize on these deliveries in the final over. Not looking to get Scantlebury on strikes. She wants the strikes. She wants to do the bulk of the scoring.
Yes, and what Edward needs to do here is to bowl as slow as possible and not being short.
Well, that was very slow and short as well. And this time, Knight will get the boundary, pulling again to that straightish mid-wicket region between the field at mid-wicket and long on. And she gets the second boundary of the over.
Yes, and once you're going to bowl short, well, then you give the batter the opportunity to go anywhere. In this case, she picked the gap once again between the mid-wicket and the long on, had the power, and she got the boundary. So Edward will have to think again. You can't be bowling short when you come down to this final over.
And the Windward Islands, perhaps we're looking for a bowler who could have been putting pace on the ball for the final over. So they might have miscalculated with Etienne bowling out before the final over, and Noel as well from the other end. This time is pull again, this time on the full, and we'll get the boundary again. Not short this time, but full, and got the treatment again. Third 4 in the over.
Yes, it was actually 2 full. It was the full toss, and with Kishona Knight in this kind of form, you can't be bowling that, Edward. That's not good at all, and she's been roughed up here, and Knight feels that she's getting the better of the bowl, and she is. Barbados now 224 for the loss of 2, with the final delivery coming up.
So we were saying after Matthews and Kaishon and Kaisia Knight were departed that the scoring rate has dipped. But in the last over, Kaishon and Knight getting some boundaries and really taking the score back up to that 225 mark that we were looking for. So they're going to finish, well, they get a single now via the wide. So extras now on to 21 and playing a very healthy part in this total.
Yes, certainly. And before this, Edwards 7 overs, none for 36. Roughed up down the track.
Last ball of the innings. This time Glasgow at long off will come in and will not hit the woodwork. The captain, who is the bowler as well, did not collect the return, and that will be the end. So Knight will finish on 27 from 35 deliveries, and that will be the end of the 27 from 34 deliveries, in fact, and that will be the end of the innings for Barbados. Barbados won the toss, opted to bat this morning, 227 for a loss of 2, 21 extras in that total as well. But it was Haley Matthews and Kaisia Knight with a 177-run partnership for the opening stand that really got Barbados into this position, I would say a position of comfort, with Haley Matthews 99, Kaisia Knight 72, and then after their dismissal we saw Kaishon Knight with some late acceleration finishing on 27, Alyssa Scantlebury supporting on 10, 21 extras, like I said, 1 wicket apiece for Glasgow and Etienne, but other than that, no bowler getting in the wickets column. Barbados 227 for 2 will have to work.
Yes, certainly, and I think the entire Barbados camp, the management of the team, the girls that are playing here, and the entire Barbados nation as well will feel very happy that their team have batted out the entire 50 overs and just losing 2 wickets. Any disappointment? Yes, maybe this target of 250, 260 wasn't met, and here is where the Windward Islands will feel that they have done pretty well to restrict Barbados beyond that target of 250, 260.
Right, so that will be the end of the innings in terms of coverage. Barbados 227 for 2 versus the Windward Islands at Providence in match number 1, CC United Super 50 Cup. We will be back with a run chase in about 35 minutes. Please do join us.
Good afternoon to you and welcome back to the Providence Stadium here, where we're again describing the action for you in this very important CG United Super 50 clash, the opening match, of course, of this competition between Barbados and the Windward Islands. Well, as you would have heard earlier, Barbados is scoring 227 for 2 of their allotment of 50 overs, with Haley Matthews getting 99 and Kaisia Knight getting 72, the two principal scorers in the Barbados total. And the Windward Islands coming out needing to get 228, obviously, to win this match and to go with some confidence in the first game. The two batters are out in the middle. That's Malika Edward and Homer. So and that's Kimoni Homer and Edward are at the wicket, and that's Bruce, who is bowling, Shanika Bruce, who is bowling from the media center. And we've lost the sunshine here at the Providence Stadium, and this is a ball which is punched into the offside, and the Windward Islands can't score as yet, still not for no wicket. Early days in their innings. I go across to Clyde, but good afternoon to you, Clyde, and welcome again.
Good afternoon to you, Wadikar. It was a wonderful morning's cricket where we saw Barbados batter. They played very well. Probably didn't get as much as this is driven out into the offside first run for the Windward Islands. That's a delivery that was pitched up outside the off stump, driven nicely. And I think the bowler just deciding to look for that swing. We did see her in the T20 get the ball to swing into the right-handers and away from the left-handers, probably looking for that swing again. And it went just a little too full and was driven out on the offside for a single.
Yes, so the Windward Islands will need to get 228. They'll need to bat smart and bat sensibly and to really build partnerships. The running between the wickets will have to be very good as well. This is down the leg side and might have struck the keeper on the left hand, as she's now ringing the left hand. That might be in some pain. Still one for no wicket in the first over.
Yeah, I think it would be a tall order though for the Windward Islands. But having said that, I think they did very well in their bowling. They stuck to their task, bowling good areas, did not allow Barbados to get away. At no time did the Barbados batting actually dominate the bowling. They didn't lose wickets, but they didn't actually dominate the bowling.
Yes, there were no period in time, apart from the few boundaries and so forth, did Barbados really really punish the Windward Islands to an extent in their innings, and they were able to contain them at different points in the game. But up until that point when they got the first wicket, they really put pressure on the Windward Islands. It's 2 for no wicket. We have had 1 over bowled, and as I said, 228 to win. They'll need to bat smart from here, Clyde.
Well, they'll need to bat very well if they're going to get the sort of runs. And we did see in the T20 their captain, Afi Fletcher, batting at number 3 and 4 and looked good. Probably didn't get the sort of big scores that she wanted as well, but she looked the best player. Young James, who came into the side after the first 2 rounds in the T20, looked the part as well. And this probably being a longer version of the game, we will see her try and occupy the crease a little longer. And maybe try and bat as deep as possible. I think that's what they will have to do, try and bat as deep as possible in this.
So that's Connell, who will continue from the players' pavilion end and bowls from over the wicket, ball which is wide. And Barbados, early on you will see that Matthew is employing some pressure. So you've got 2 slip, a gully, backward point. There's a third man. There is a cover, a mid-off, a little bit back. On the onside, there is a straight mid-wicket and a deep backward square. That's the field for the right-arm fast bowler.
Sometimes these fields can be a bit tough to bowl to as well. A 7-2 field, I think you tend to put a lot of pressure on the bowler. She would have to be able to bowl fairly straight, because you got a new ball in your hand. You want to attack the stumps. You want to bowl on or about the off stump. So it's a lot of pressure on any bowler to bowl to this sort of a field. And most times what you find happens, she's going to probably bowl more outside off stump than attack the stumps.
Yes, because you'd find that she'd want to utilize the well-packed offside field, which is, as you said, it's a 7-2 field right now. So she'd want to get the ball outside the off stump, force the left-hander to play, and maybe to produce an edge.
I don't know if I got my premier fast bowler in the team, if I would want to have a bowl to this kind of field. I would probably have a little bit more of a straight field, probably take out the cover and put at a square leg position and bowl a little closer, make the batters play. You've got a new ball in your hand, you want them to play, you want to find that edge, you don't want them not to be playing at a lot of deliveries. Wide outside the off stump, batter allows it to go through.
Yes, and as you said, not forcing the batter to play, and you've got 2 slips a gully there. It's a brand new ball you have, so make use of it, bring it closer to the left-hander, and see if you can create that sort of an opportunity for your team, and get an early first wicket.
And the first ball, that's straight, a wicket. It's bowled, looking to it for that big off drive. And you look at the 3 stumps, it's more middle and leg stump that has been hit. And sometimes when you got your premier fast bowler, you want your premier fast bowler to attack those stumps. But, you know, sometimes things work for you and sometimes they don't. But you want your premier fast bowler to attack the stump and to be the attacking bowler that we know Connell can be.
So that's Homer. Homer is it? Who is being dismissed? A bowl, leg stump by Connell, and she goes back to the pavilion. She hasn't scored, and this is an early opportunity for Barbados still to press home the advantage. The Windward Islands have lost the first wicket, and it just goes to show. And as you said, you know, bringing the ball to the batter and making her play, forcing her to play, creates an opportunity. And in this instance, getting the wicket. So she goes back to the pavilion, and the score reads they're 2 for 1. In fact, the batter out is Edward, the captain. Correction. So in early stages of the Windward innings, they need to get 228 to win. They'll need to run brilliantly between the wickets and really build small partnerships and work and see how far they'll get up to that total. This is another one. This is bowled as well. Outside the off stump, she was coming forward and looking to push the ball into the offside and hit the woodworks, and she goes back to the pavilion. And what? The Windward Islands are on the back foot right away, Clyde. They're 2 for 2.
A delivery that was pitched up, it was in swinging. She was looking to come forward to push it out on the offside. It swung back at her, and she was cleaned up, not getting that left foot close to the delivery. Good delivery and well bowled. And like I said before, we did see her in the T20 version of the game getting that ball to swing into the right-handers and to leave the left-handers.
So it's 2 for 2, and this is real. It's a troubling situation here now for the Windward Islands, as the very dapper figure of that's Zaida James comes to the wicket, and she will partner. That's the other end there. She's going to partner. Let's just do it's Peters. So the 2 batters will want to see it off here, see the new ball, and maybe work their way through the innings. But Barbados, they have other plans and other challenges ahead, and they are really coasting away. It's 2 for 2, And we're in over number 3. So that's Bruce, Shanika Bruce. She continues from the media center end. Bowls to James. She's flashing. She's out caught at slip. Well, well, well. What are we seeing? A number of wickets going down quickly. The left-hander getting a ball outside the off, some flashing, taking the edge, and the catcher at slip. That's Selman, accepted gleefully. She goes back to the pavilion. The Windward Islands now are 3 for 2.
That was an excellent delivery, pitched up, bringing the James on the front foot. She was looking to drive that through the offside. It took the outer edge, flew to slip, and she was out caught. It's a good bowling here by Bruce, keeping the ball up to the left-hander. And like I said before, she always looks to get the ball to leave the left-hander, come into the right-hander. That was one that was pitched up outside the off-stump, looking for the drive, and edged and caught at slip. Windwards in deep trouble.
Yes, they are in really deep trouble, and they want to really get themselves out of this hole that they have dug themselves in, and they want to come out as fast as possible. But I tell you something, Barbados, with their tails up, and this is a team well led as well too by Haley Matthews, and they want to knock off the Windward Islands as early as possible as they advance in this competition. So that brings to the crease Joseph, Safina Joseph. She's right-handed and will face the bowling of Bruce.
And Bruce is on a hat-trick.
Yep.
So we'll just have to wait and see. A delivery that is in swinging again, but ill-directed this time. This one was going down the leg side. She was looking to work that off the pads. Didn't get a touch to it.
Yes, so it's all sorts of trouble here for the Windward Islands. They'd want to get themselves out there, but the only way to get themselves out is to bat sensibly from here onwards. See if they can see off this new ball pair of Connell and Bruce. And sometimes in the game you feel, there's almost at every ball you find this excitement that something is going to happen when the wickets are tumbling. This is a ball struck on the pad, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire, as that completes a very good over here from Shanika Bruce from the top end. And we have had what, a total of 3 overs bowled? 3 overs bowled, and the Windward Islands needing to get 228. They're on the back foot right away. They're struggling at 3 for 2.
Last delivery again, swinging down the leg side, swinging into the right-hander. Ill-directed. I think Bruce would be disappointed that she didn't direct that last delivery. Probably just outside the off-stump, looking to swing in at Joseph. But a very good start from the Barbados bowlers, both Bruce and Connell, keeping things very tight indeed.
Good. So we have Stacey and Adams at the crease. She hasn't scored, and Safina Joseph as well. So Joseph and Adams, they're at the wicket. I didn't want to do the repair job, but my word, a repair job from here onward is going to be a really huge mountain to climb, as Connell will continue from the Players' Pavilion. And we have lots of sunshine here at Providence. This is a ball that comes back into the right-hander, and that's Adams. Might have struck somewhere in the tie as she was coming forward, as the ball goes out into the onside.
This time, Connell going down the leg side as the batsman was looking to come down the track to her. Obviously, want to try and negate any swing that's there. I think she would be better advised probably to just look to wait, stand and wait, see what's going to happen with the delivery and play as late as you possibly can. Coming down the track again, didn't get too far. She was walking across her stump and she was pit plumb in front according to umpire Nigel Duguid. She goes back, walking across her wicket, looking to work the ball on the onside. It's fairly straight, and the umpire Nigel Duguid has decided that's gone. So Windward Islands in more trouble as they've lost their 4th wicket in the 4th over here at the National Stadium.
Well, it's that's Adams who was out leg before, and it leaves a sorry scorecard. Needing to get 228, and you start in this manner. My word, where are you heading? 4 wickets down, and the score reads 3 runs on the board. You know, it's really tough for the Windward Islands to rebuild from here, but they'll have to find a way of some sort to work around this and to see exactly how far they'll go. But it has been a Barbados match all the while, Clyde.
Yes, they have dominated this game so far. When you won the toss, you batted first, you scored 227, and then when it's your turn to field in the first 4 overs, you've picked up 4 wickets. You're certainly dominating the game of cricket.
So it's Connell continues. We've lost the sunshine. And we're bowled to the new batter. She's coming forward, stroking the ball into the offside. Her partner wants a single. That's Joseph, and is sent back. My word. If that had hit the woodworks at the non-striker's end, she would have been a goner. She lives to survive another day. It's all happening out in the middle, Clyde.
Certainly is. And Barbados, obviously, when you've got 4 wickets in 4 overs, your tail is up. You're going to do everything right. You're going to be chirping. You're going to be running around. You're going to be looking for the next victim. You're thinking, well, we've got 4 already in 4 overs. Let's try and finish this game as quickly as we possibly can.
This is a right-hander. She's coming forward, stroking the ball into the offside. Not in total control, though, as that one came in from the right arm. Connell. So 4 wickets down, just 3 runs on the board. They need to get 228. It's all a pressure here for the Windward Islands. And as I say again, they need to get themselves out. They'll have to find a way to build a partnership.
Going back, working it out on the onside, set off straight away for that single. That's good positive running. Good positive running. They will need much more of those. They'll need lots of those to really challenge this Barbados total. I know what Windward Islands needs to do at the moment is to try and think that we don't need to lose another wicket in a hurry. We need to have a partnership. You don't want to be bowled out in 10, 15, 20 overs. You want to try and bat as much as the 50 overs as possible.
Joseph settles. She's driving on the offside of the strip, straight to mid-off. So another over completed. We have had, what, 4 overs bowled, and the score reads 4 for 4. 4 for 4, 4 overs bowled. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cricket from the Providence Stadium.
Things have been very tight. The Barbadian bowlers has been mean, not giving anything away, and Bruce especially has gotten the ball to swing into the right-handers, while Connell has bowled a little bit more pace. She's much quicker than Bruce, and she's kept things fairly tight. Although she's bowled that second over, although she bowled a 7-2 field, she still bowled fairly straight to the stump, which is a good sign, which means that she's a bowler that has control over what she does. So outside the off stump, looking for a big drive. Missed it, goes through to the wicket keeper.
Yes, and to support your point, she's much quicker than Bruce, and she's moving the ball much more than Bruce as well, and she's using up that advantage of hitting the seam and getting away movement. So Ashley Edwards, she has one to her name. She's faced some 6 deliveries. Joseph hasn't scored as yet. She's faced 4 deliveries. It's 4 for 4 in over number 5.
Pushing out on the offside, unable to get a run. Good tight stuff here by Bruce. Continues to impress the way how she is bowled in this tournament. In the 2020 and now the 50 over cricket. Again, this is bold. This is big in swing again. She's looking for that drive. Lifted her head a little and was clean bowled with the delivery coming into the right hander. And certainly with 5 overs gone, 5 wickets down, and I've certainly taken a lot of wickets here this evening. When I left earlier, I left of my fellow Mike Kenyans to score 100. He did not. I've come back and I've taken quite a few wickets.
I like that one, Clyde. You've taken a few wickets, and it's more than a few wickets actually. 5 wickets going down, only 4 runs on the board. It's a sorry scorecard, and it's a scorecard that puts a lot of pressure on the Windward Islands. They need to get 228 to win, and first of all, they'll need to bat and to build partnerships. But to build partnerships from here is gonna really be a tough ask for them. And this is all Barbados at the moment. It's 5 for 4, and I welcome back Indrajit. Indrajit, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Kemraj. You and Clydie, you guys are in terrific form indeed. How many wickets you guys in tandem have picked up? 5, and just 4 overs have been completed. 2 extras. It's real trouble here for the Windward Islands. And I was just listening to Clyde. He was making a valid point. Do not get bowled out in 15, 10, 12 overs. Ensure that you bat deep into that 50 overs. But I'm afraid it's not looking like it's going to happen this way. Barbados, they're all over the Windward Islands at the moment.
Yeah, they look a professional unit. We must say that. As Bruce continues from the media center end. Bowls to Joseph outside the off stump. She lets it go, taken by the keeper. So we've had what? A total of 5 overs bowled, and the Windward Islands needing 228 to win. They are in trouble. They are 5 wickets down for only 4 runs on the board.
Yes, 4 for 5 and 5 overs gone. That spells trouble. I know that they are facing up a target of 228 for victory in a 50 over game. It's not a huge target. Now it's looking huge. But when they started off, you look for sensible batting. I feel they're outfoxed here by some very good bowling. This lady that is bowling at the moment here, Connell, she's had the ball outside the line of the off stump, and Edwards was just allowing it to go. Then she got a straight one. It was quick. She lost her wicket, and that started the slide.
Yes, she has really worked up some pace from the media center end, the players' pavilion end, correction, in brilliant sunshine. This is a ball short to the face of the batter, that's Joseph, and she just evaded it at the last moment and pulled the bat and got it down to backward square, my word. And she gets 2 runs, 2 good-looking runs though at the end.
Yes, and for a moment I was a little bit afraid. She's protected by that green helmet there. Was a short delivery. She pulled it from in front the face down through forward of square. So let's see how Connell is going to bowl here now.
it's not a pleasant sight sometimes. You see batters being roughed up by bouncers and bumpers and all of that. Connell, she's got some pace from the players' pavilion end. This is a tremendous ball. This one beats the batter, beats the keeper, and goes down to a short fine leg position. Haley Matthews runs away from slip to field, and they get byes. So that will give them some more confidence, I guess. Just 7 for 5 in over number 6.
Yeah, that was a very quick delivery. Beat everything. Beat the bat, beat the stumps, beat the keeper, and went behind her. So Connell is working up some pace here against the Windward Islands batter. Just to remind you, their target is 228 rather, with Barbados scoring 227 for the loss of 2. Haley Matthews led that fight with a magnificent 99. Kaisia Knight making 72.
So Kiana Joseph, she comes in to strike. She's left-handed. And the captain, Haley Matthews, is maintaining this pressure by having this packed offside field. Picks up the line, lets it go, taken by the keeper. She's maintaining a packed offside field in the Jeet, and she's maintaining the pressure.
Yes, and just not only a packed offside field, there are 2 slips and a gully. So that simply says, because of the position of the game, 7 for the loss of 5 in over number 6. Why not? And I think Haley Matthews is calling the game and calling it correctly so far. Now that's great judgment here, Wadikar. Pitch just outside the line of the off stump there on the left-hander, allowing the ball to go by. Just a little bit away movement. Has to be careful with the pace of Connell here. If she gets one straight, you do not want to be caught napping. So far, so good for the young lady.
Another delivery outside the off stump. Picks up the line very quickly. She looks like she's intending to stay and doesn't want to play those deliveries outside the off stump. Pretty early days. They have a pretty long way to go. It's a 50-over affair. So they have time. They have time to bat and to build small partnerships and so forth. But they have to start somewhere. Yes,
and in an under-19 tournament that was played between the United Arab Emirates and Nepal, they were actually bowled out for 8 runs. And here the Windwards, they are 7 for the loss of 5. 6 overs gone, and the struggle continues for them.
So we've had, 6 overs bowled. And the Windward Islands, they're struggling. 7 runs, 5 wickets on the board, 7 for 5. And the 2 Josephs at the wicket. That's Kiana Joseph, she hasn't scored. And it's Zafina Joseph, she's on 2. And we've just lost the sunshine for a bit. Nice to see, Energy, that a few spectators have come in to watch the game.
Yes, that is good. And I'm still hoping that, we can have some of the school children coming out to watch the game. And Bruce continues from the top end. Nicely cut down towards fine toward man. And they'll take the single. In one of the T20 Blaze match, I was particularly happy to see the Georgetown Cricket Association. Mr. Neil Barry was there. I saw our colleague Clyde Butts with them. They brought some of the girls that they are having trained to play the game of cricket, and that was good to see.
Yes, and if you wanted to spread the word, spread the game, the women's game, then you've got to have them at the stadium and have them to watch these matches.
That was another outstanding delivery. Pitched on a good line, good length, and just moved away from the left-hander. She did well not to get a touch.
Can we make an appeal maybe to the Ghana Cricket Board, to the Ministry of Education maybe, to have some schools coming in the Jeet? What do you think about that?
Well, I think that onus lies with the schools. If the head teacher of the school decides that they want to go look at cricket one day, all they need to do is to seek permission from the Regional Education Authority. I don't think the Ministry of Education will have anything against that whatsoever. The standard procedure, if school wants to come out and play cricket, the head teacher seeks permission from the Regional Education Officer and they go and see the cricket.
Yeah, Yes, it's going to be heartening to see that, we have some schools here, at least the secondary school students, to come out and watch the game.
Well, she actually reached home there because the fielder didn't gather the ball to make an attempt to take the bails off. I know there are exams and so on going on at the moment, but there are absolutely many classes without exams too. That is something that we need to turn our attention as well. The more you have, our children watching the game of cricket, and this is West Indies Cricket Tournament, the senior female game, and especially schools that are in close proximity to the National Stadium, we expect, that it is entertainment, can be a nice day, come out for 2 hours, 3 hours, watch the game.
Yes, I would welcome that, and I just hope that, that we're going to be having some schools coming out during the course of this competition, and kids were going to watch the game here.
That's another good delivery, right on target this time. The right-hander got it in the middle of the bat, strokes it down towards the mid-off. The over comes to an end, 7 overs gone. The Windward Islands, they are 10 for the loss of 5. With Quiana Joseph yet to score, and the other Joseph on 3. Zafina Joseph on 3.
To start over number 8 is Connell again. She continues from the Players Pavilion end. That's an absolute beauty. And she was squared up and taken by the keeper. How on earth did that miss the bat? 9 for a loss of 5.
Too good to take the edge there. That was beautifully bowled by Connell. Had some pace on it as well. And make good height after touching down on the pitch and going through the keeper.
That did not take a wicket, but I'm telling you something. For me, my opinion, that's the ball of the day. Outside the off-stump, shoulders arm taken by the keeper. This is all pressure here for the Windward Islands. Where do they go from here?
Well, the best thing they can do is to weather the storm by playing sensible cricket. Do not look to force the bowling. Play every ball on its merit. Keep your eyes on it. You want to ensure when you're defending, you judge the length of the delivery well. It's going to be difficult because the cream of the crop, have been wiped out already.
Joseph gets one that comes back into her, and she stabs it out to point. And I take your point here now that they have to build. They'll have to build a small partnership. Maybe go in blocks of 2 overs, 3 overs, 4 overs maybe. And try to build little partnerships. The running between the wicket will have to be very, very good as well, because I know the Bajans, they're not letting up anything. They're just taking the opportunities, and they're going for the kill, and they're going for a huge win.
Just a little bit slower this time by Connell. Good thinking too, but the batter, that's Quiana Joseph, got everything behind the line and defending back up the track for the bowler herself to field. So just in case you've just joined the broadcast, let me remind you, Barbados called correctly this morning and decided to bat first. They were able to put together 227 for the loss of 2. Matthews 99, Kaisia Knight scoring 72. Well, what has happened here? Did the bat touch the stumps and the bails are off? And Quiana Joseph has to walk back. She fell onto the pitch, and did one side of the bail fall off there?
Yes. Well, according to what I'm seeing, yes, I think she disturbed her wicket.
Yes, she did that. Sad way to go, but I'm afraid she has to walk back. That was a short delivery. At one point in time, I was going to describe her as Rohan Kanai sitting on the buttocks on the middle of the pitch and watch the ball heading down towards backward square. And then the appeal went up. I took my eyes off the ball and look and see what happened there. What a way to be dismissed. It's 9 for the loss of 6.
Yes, what happened there? She got a very short delivery and she was pulling, but as she was pulling in the momentum, maybe tumbled over and hit the stumps. So she would go back as out hit wicket. But this is a very interesting, very, very good spell here from Connell, working up some steam here from the Players Pavilion and not letting up anything. And the Barbados team, you can look at them, they're all tuned up and they're looking for that wicket again. They're looking to get some more excitement to this match and to go as early as possible with a win here in the Jeet.
Well, the Connell and the Bruce connection, 1 3 for 5, that's Connell. Bruce 3 for 4. They have certainly devastated the cream of the crop of the batting for the Windward Islands. Janella Glasgow facing up. The end of another successful over here by Connell. At the end of it, the Windward Islands peg back. They are 9 for the loss of 6. 7 overs gone. And I've just been told by Latif that's a maiden wicket.
Yes, you know, I did ask you the question earlier. Where do the Windwards go from here? This is all pressure for them. They'll have to come out, find a way of building a partnership. They'll have to work things around and see how far they'll get up to that total. But first they have to take it in small pieces. Maybe blocks of 2, 3 or 4 overs and take it from there. But Barbados, they're not really letting up anything. They're just dominating this game.
Yes, and here's a wide send down by Bruce. Might just be trying to bowl a little bit too quickly here, just releasing the pressure a little. Well, the next CG United Super 50 Cup match comes up on Friday, right here at the National Stadium at Providence, when Trinidad and Tobago take on the Leewards in a Zone B clash. Just to remind you, the 6 teams, they have been divided into 2 zones, Zone A and Zone B. This is the Zone A clash here between the Windward Islands and Barbados, and another wide send down by Bruce. So one down the leg side and now one wide outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, perhaps I'm strained here a little bit, but throughout her spell she has been able to put the batters under pressure, like bowling outside the off stump and forcing them to play with the solitary slip in place.
And once again, this is eluding the keeper. That's Kaisia Knight. Good return coming from the boundary area there by Connell. And you listen to the voice and the shouts and that sweet sound coming off the mouth of the Barbadian player. This is what success will do to you.
Yes, it can energize you, give you all the enthusiasm out in the middle. And once you're a happy bunch, then you're going to have things done and have things done beautifully.
Yes, Barbados' next match will be on the 18th. That's Saturday, right here when they take on Jamaica. And the Windward Islands, they have to wait until Monday, the 20th, when they too will take on Jamaica in a Zone A clash. So they will have a few days out to regroup and come again. But they are fighting out in the middle there for all their life. 12 for 6 in the 9th over. And Bruce in this over, Wadikar, have been all over the place. Way outside the line of the off stump, way outside the leg stump. Just calm down a little here, Bruce. Do what you did in the previous over and things can work your way. At one point, she was on a hat-trick.
Yeah. Perhaps the heat is having a severe effect on her as well. Might just be tiring a little bit. Just spring it around. Well, outside the leg stump, outside the off stump.
Yeah, cannot be carried away with the situation. Once again, taken on the pad, but that was clearly going down the leg side. And Wadikar, what do you think we can expect with that clash coming up on Saturday between Jamaica and Barbados? Jamaica winning the T20 Blaze. Barbados had their titles snuffed out of them. They're going to be strong against the Jamaican. Jamaica will be fighting for all their worth as well.
Yes, That match coming up on Saturday is going to be a real close contested match. I can tell you that for sure, because Barbados, I know for sure they wouldn't just give up to the Jamaicans, and the Jamaicans having come off the tournament, having won the T20 Blaze, they will be very confident. So that match will be eagerly contested, and I know for sure no team is going to give the other the advantage or the edge.
Yes, that should be a mouth-watering encounter. That's a short delivery and getting up nicely off the pitch and played well too, down towards short mid-wicket.
Yes, I think that the tournament is structured in such a way that you have stiff competition. And this first match here, signals the start of interesting things to come in this competition. Barbados against the Windward Islands. One of the teams to look out for too is Guyana. And I do hope that they can perform to the best of their ability. This is pulled down through mid-wicket and will go into the boundary for 4 as Joseph just latched onto that. And he gets a boundary. That's a welcome boundary for the Windward Islands. That's like a piece of gold here in Guyana. And it's gone for 4. It's 15 for 6.
Yes, and that's Jafina Joseph. That was a vicious pull shot. Short delivery, rocked on the back foot, got it in the meat of the bat, and swatted it away down through forward square, giving her a boundary. So despite all that is happening out in the middle there, Joseph had a chance and she made full use of it. 9 overs gone. The Windward Islands hunting 228 for victory. They are far, far away from that. They are 19 for the loss of 6.
Yes, and I did say it, when the opportunity presents itself, you have to take it. On that occasion, it was pretty short. She realized there was no one out in the mid-wicket boundary, and she really seized the opportunity and pulled it for 4.
And Connell, 4 overs, 3 for 5, begins her 5th. And that's a solid defensive shot by the left-handed Glasgow. Doesn't look fluttered at all. A slip, a gully, third man, there's backward point, cover, wide mid-off, there is mid-on, a forward square, and a deep backward square out on the boundary. So that's the fielding positions set by Haley Matthews.
She looks a stubborn player, and she gives you the impression that she wants to stay there. She doesn't care about what's happening around her. Her team might be struggling, but here's what: I'll stay here to the end. 19 for 6. Good cricket here from the left-hander.
Yes, well, was a good delivery by Connell. Very mindful that she's moving it away a little from outside the line of the off stump, and the left-hander played well. Once again, a good shot, and the intention was clear. She's looking for a scoring opportunity to get off strike. But she picked out the backward point and cannot score. And it always gives you that good feeling, Wadikar, when you feel the ball coming off the bat with ease like that. Well, that was a short ball, and the little left-hander just pulling that one away from the body down towards short backward square and getting the single.
Well, sometimes you say to fight fire with fire. You're just willing to to face the ball, and whatever she comes up with that you're going to battle. That was straight to the head, and she just pulled the head aside and just placed the pull a little bit and just got a single. But all good in the end, and she's away from the strike at this moment.
Yeah, she did the right thing, is to keep the eyes on the ball. Because you can't be pulling or hooking, and you know that the ball is heading to the body, and you just close the eyes or take the eyes away from the ball. That can be dangerous. Once you're having the eyes on it, no problem whatsoever.
One thing I'm very much impressed with is Connell. She's not getting away by any sort of the occasion. I know Barbados there on top, yes, but she's just putting lots of pressure on these batters, forcing them to play. So
Joseph, that's short and pulled in the air, got the fingers of the short mid-wicket, and it's running away close to the ropes. It's going to get ahead of the fielder now, and that's 4 runs. Good effort in the field to take the catch there, and in the end it wasn't good enough. The ball just hit the fingers, had the power, and went away for a boundary.
Yes, so the fielder there at short mid-wicket, is it? Couldn't hold on to it, and they got a boundary, very welcome boundary at this point in time. So we have had what, 10 overs bowled, and the Windward Islands looking to get 228. They're 24 for 6. They're struggling.
Yes, certainly there is a struggle out in the middle there by the Windward Islands batters to build a partnership. But so far, so good. These two, they have been playing well. Some solid defensive shot. And when they're on the attack, they look good too. None more so than the last vicious pull shot. Was hit with a lot of power. So, Bruce will continue. Bruce so far, 5 overs, 3 for 13. And she will begin over number 11 from the northern end of the ground. Taken on the pad, there's shout for leg before. I'm just wondering to know, in the mind of the umpire, it was a little bit too high there as the ball went away into the offside field. As I say, good afternoon once again to my friend and my colleague, John Ramsing. John, 24 for the loss of 6. Not looking good at all for the Windward Islands.
Good afternoon, Inderjeet. Good afternoon to everyone. No, that's a sorry-looking scorecard if you look at it. 1-0, 1-1-0. Maybe it's an international dialing code. It's not good at all.
Yes, and just look at that shot there. That summed it up all. Was outside the line of the off stump. And she went down on one knees there, Janella Glasgow, looking to heave over mid-wicket. The ball just maybe a little bit back then onto pad and into the offside field.
The Barbados opening bowlers really making full use of the new balls. Because they play with 2 separate balls, one from each end. So, Shanika Bruce and Cornell taking full advantage of the good conditions with the new ball, picking up the early wickets.
Yes, John, and that's the strength of the Barbadian bowling attack. Well, is it Cornell down on the long off boundary there, going down on her knees, and the physio is at the side of her as well. Very difficult for us to say what's happening from here. I hope that it's nothing real bad. I know it has been a very, very, very hot day, and Cornell sending down 5 overs and bowled very quickly as well.
I'm not certain what happened there, but when the umpire started to get interested, I looked into that area and I saw she was actually on the boundary ropes, half of her body in play, half on the other side of the rope, and immediately they called for some assistance. So I'm not sure. Sometimes when you overexert yourself, you tend to have a dry throat. Sometimes some persons even bring up a little bit, but I'm not certain.
No, John, that's not looking good at all. That ain't looking good at all. Cornell lay prostrated out in the field there, made an attempt to get up, and then she went and lay flat. And now that's going to bring more concern because some other fielders are getting around there. We remember, John, that Cornell missed that final T20 Blaze game, and I hope it's not something that has reoccurred, but she's holding the tummy area there.
Yeah, I remember during the T20s, she actually suffered a little bit and went off and did not take any further part in that game. I think that was the 4th round, and then like you mentioned, she missed the 5th game totally. So I'm not sure if there's something that is following her around, but indeed not looking good at all. The physio is there and the local, she's
in serious agony out there,
fully
stretched, and that's very, very sad. And we hope that there's some amount of relief, and even the umpires are very concerned with what is happening there as well. No doubt the stretcher might very well be called on to the field. So sad. And she was in the heat of a great spell. 5 overs, 3 for 13. And then this thing has happened to her.
Yeah, not a good sight at all. And you see the standby umpire, Nankumar Shiv Sankar, asked the medical team have the stretcher available. And the doctor is a doctor as well at the venue. She's at Cornell's side. Physio from both teams are out with Cornell. The Windward Islands physio as well there. And they're calling, they're asking the medical team to be very urgent to quicken themselves to get that stretcher. Oh.
Yes. And to give our viewers and listeners an update, it was in 11th over when Connell went down, and she's still down. She hasn't got up as yet. The stretcher is now out in the middle there, and no doubt with the supervision of the medical personnel, because it's important they get her right. We don't know what's the injury, but to take her, put her on the stretcher, there are certain skills that are needed. And this is looking real bad. You know, we can only pray and hope that she recovers and recovers quickly from whatever she's going through there at the moment. With the Windward Islands struggling on 23 for the loss of 6 in over number 11, and they're looking for 228 for victory here. This is the reason why there is this little stoppage. So there is no lack of personalities there. The medical personalities are there, and they're ensuring they do whatever they can so that Connell might very well be back on her feet again. And we have seen over the years so many injuries on the cricket field.
So we can look ahead into Jeet. This is the opening match of this CG United Super 50 Cup. Tomorrow, the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago will open Group B, the Group B campaign. Guyana also in Group B. Guyana will play their first match on Sunday when they take on Trinidad and Tobago as well. Barbados will be back in action on Saturday against Jamaica. Jamaica, newly crowned T20 champions, will be looking to take the double this year, but Barbados, the defending champions, for the 50 overs, and they've lost their title in the T20s, and they'd want to bounce back and bounce back well. So lots of cricket still to be played.
Yeah, lots of cricket still to be played. And John, that clash with Trinidad and Tobago versus the Leeward Islands. The Leewards finishing last without a victory in the T20 blaze. They'll be up against a Trinidad and Tobago team that really came hard against Barbados, defeating them in that T20 blaze and spoiling the Barbadian party. So that match too is going to be interesting to see how the Leeward Islands girls can respond to the situation.
And earlier today we had the announcement of the draft for women's CPL. So Women's Caribbean Premier League will come up 30th of August to 30th of September. 3 teams have confirmed, the 3 franchise teams have confirmed their local players. That's something I'm looking forward to as well.
Yes, and I guess the biggest party in sport, we're all looking forward for that. You have any idea, John, because the 3 teams have 11 players each, that's for the draft. Are we going to have some foreign players that's outside of the Caribbean, or just our local girls?
Well, that's why the emphasis is on local players. So those are the local players that have been drafted already, and then the international players, meaning the players from other parts of the Caribbean, out of the Caribbean, will be included eventually. Those squads should be padded to maybe 16 players, 15, 16. So maybe we find some Australians, some South Africans, some Pakistanis, you know, and so on, joining the biggest party in sport in the women's CPL.
And that is good to hear as Bruce continues with a short delivery that's played away down towards short extra cover. There is no run. And it's good to see it's just not exhibition matches, but they are part of the franchise women's tournament.
Yeah, and like I said to, I think it was Clyde mentioned earlier, during the T20s, that women's cricket is the fastest growing sport in the world. And now it's making its way to the biggest party in sport, so why not play for a championship prize and championship honors?
Yes, and what a stage to showcase your talent as well.
And that's another reason why the domestic tournament, the CG United Super 50 Cup and the T20 Blaze that was just finished, that's why they also have more importance, not only to championship, but also to develop players and also to draft players for future endeavors.
Yes, certainly, and that's the way to go. Kudos to all who are making this happen. And I think after this tournament as well, we have the CWI Women's Under-19 tournament. I understand that will be played in Trinidad and Tobago.
Correct, yeah. So dates have already been not announced, but they have been drafted. You understand that will be announced very soon. But we know that it's in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's in July as well.
That was a full delivery. Could have so easily been dragged onto the stumps. Nevertheless, no harm done. 11 overs gone. Windwards, they're 26 for the loss of 6. Glasgow is on 3, and Joseph has 12.
Yeah, very far away for the Windward Islands to go. And if you do simple mathematics, 202 runs away from victory. And they have 39 overs in which to get them. And that asking rate now, 5.18, because they're currently scoring at 2.36. So lots of work for the Windward Islands to get close to 228. But what they can do is try to bat as long as possible.
Yes, and we need to just add one conjunction to that. The conjunction, but only 4 wickets standing. That's the key thing with what is happening out in the middle. So we're going to have a change of bowling from this end. Aliyah Alain, and she too is another good medium-fast bowler. And Barbados have produced these medium-fast bowlers over the years in the women's cricket, and they are always been a strength and a joy to watch. And they've been complemented well by the off-spin of Hayley Matthews. Not a good start, string it down the leg side. Aliyah Alain, she has done well in the T20 Blaze and taking that form, taking that momentum into CG United Super 50 Cup is good to see. Any team, they will love a good start because there are lots of matches to be played. You don't want to get a bad start and then you have to play catch-up cricket. I'm afraid this is what Windward Islands will have to do. Of course, on paper, Barbados has always been the stronger team. And they've proven that in the middle. And Joseph doesn't look bad here at all. She's fighting for all her worth. She has gotten 12 from 14. And she saw wickets tumble around her. She has managed to preserve hers. 2 slips a gully, fine toward man, point, cover. And playing well here again, not afraid to put bat onto ball. Didn't get the timing nor the placement she was looking for. Was looking to go between mid-off and the extra cover. Picks out the mid-off, moving away towards her left. Can't score. And she gets the single. And she has looked the part here, Joseph. Her stroke making has been good, but will need some support from Glasgow the other end to ensure that they at least put together a little partnership. Jafina Joseph. The other Joseph, that Kiana Joseph made 1. Homer didn't score. Edwards made 1. So too. But in fact, Zara James didn't score. That scoreboard looks a very, very sorry state indeed. Lots of zeros and 1 behind the 0.
Bangladesh bowled out for 103, and there were 6 batters in that innings that did not get off the mark as well.
A whoop. And here's a French cut. And they will surely be looking for 2 here. Yes, the return comes in. Not a stiff return, but they get 2 in the end. Kima Roach among the wicket, and so too Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals.
Yeah, West Indies in that first test bowling out Bangladesh very cheaply in the first innings. Bangladesh 103. Alzari Joseph picking up 3 wickets. And we also have 3 wickets for Jin Seals, the informed bowler. Kimar Roach 2 and Kyle Mears 2. And Godakesh Moti, the debutant, just sending on 1 over. So that match well and truly on its way in Antigua and Barbuda. West Indies in reply 10 without loss.
Yes, John, and that's a good start by West Indies to the series after winning the toss and deciding to take first strike. And they have an opportunity here to go in front of Bangladesh. The over's been completed, 12 gone. Windward Islands, they're 30 for the loss of 6.
Over number 13 is going to be bowled by Shanika Bruce. Windward Islands run chase really did not get out of the blocks. That's a good shot. Runs for Glasgow. Glasgow looks a good player, neat little player. Compact left-handed batter. Runs in hard and she's bowling. Stiff medium pace. So she's one of the bright spots for the Windward Islands in this year's tournament. And she has been drafted by the Trinbago Knight Riders, Janila Glasgow. Bruce being called for a wide on that occasion. Shanika Bruce.
Just wondering here, John, if Bruce is a little bit on the tired side. This is her 7th over on a trot. 3 for 16 before this one. And the previous over too, she was all over the place like this delivery. Another wide, way outside the line of the off stump. So she's just beginning to fall apart after a very fine start.
Could be tiring indeed. Shanika Bruce. And she's going to be playing for Barbados Royals in women's CPL this year, later on in the year.
And tell us, John, where has Deandra Dottin gone to?
Deandra Dottin will be the captain of the Trinbago Knight Riders. Not a wide, this time outside the leg stump. I'll give you the full squads in the J because just as we mentioned women's CPL earlier, persons already getting interested.
Yes.
So the Barbados Royals will be led by Hayley Matthews and includes Shakira Selmon, Rennie's Boys, Mandy Mangru, Brittany Cooper, Alia Alain, Shanika Bruce, Afi Fletcher, Kiana Joseph, Jafina Joseph, and Chanel Henry. Give you the Trinbago Knight Riders after this delivery. This one is swept away nice. But yet again we see Bruce outside that leg stump. So she's not having it her way at all in this over. The right arm seamer. Trinbago Knight Riders in women's CPL. The local players drafted are Deandra Dottin, she has already been named captain. Anis Mohammed, vice captain. Leanne Kirby, Kaishona Knight, Kaisia Knight, Natasha McLean, Shanita Grimman, Kanisha Isaac, Janelia Glasgow, Steffi Sugrim, and Shawnisha Hector.
And this another wide, John, way outside the leg stump there, and the umpire has called another wide. So Bruce here just maybe trying a little bit too hard. Just concentrate on the rhythm, the line and length stuff, and pull it back a little. You know, this is not good enough. I mean, the scoreboard is not looking good, 37 for the loss of 6, but you cannot be allowed to carry away, get yourself carried away with the situation. Maintain the pressure. Now that's taken on the full and hoiked away through mid-wicket out towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, she's having her troubles in this over, Bruce, and being punished. So the final franchise side for women's T20 this year in the CPL, Guyana Amazon Warriors. Stephanie Taylor, the Jamaican, will be captain. Shameen Campbell, vice captain. Rashada Williams, Rachel Vincent, Kaisia Schultz, Shirley Nation, Cherry Ann Fraser, Shamila Connell, Karishma Ramharak, Shabika Gajnabi, and Zira James.
Yes, and I'll tell you something just after this delivery by Bruce. Much better line this time, just maybe on the line of the off stump and played away into the offside field. I'm just wondering, listening to that Amazon Warriors women team, they could have at least cheered the Night Sisters around. Why you want to give Trinidad and Tobago or TKR both nights, send one of them to the Amazon Warriors? I guess when they look, they try to create a balanced tournament. So that's the reason why they've placed players in the different categories. So all is set for that, and we're all looking forward. Right here in Guyana, the CPL will continue and climax from the 18th of September.
No, the first game is 30th of August. Our climax on the 30th of September.
Right. Well, speaking about Guyana matches.
I don't have the schedule.
Oh, it's not been confirmed.
Yeah. But we've seen the fall of a wicket, and Glasgow given caught behind, and she's making that long walk back to the pavilion, gone for 11. That was a wide delivery again from Bruce, and Edge found. Appeal went up, and umpire Shannon Crawford says you're out. So Glasgow caught behind for 11. The winner is now 41 for 7. In more trouble.
Yes, and after spraying a few for wides outside the off stump, outside the leg stump, Bruce came back nicely. She has now picked up 4 for 26, and for the trouble here for the Windward Islands. And I'm sure there was certain love to get up to 50 and even past that as well. At one stage, they were in terrible trouble, losing 5 wickets with only 9 runs on the board. As they take their little refreshment out in the middle, we too are going to take a break. Yeah, so back here at the National Stadium, the score 41 for the loss of 7, the Windward Islands. 13 overs gone. Over number 14 is about to be started. And Alia Alain will continue the bowling from this end. That's the southern end, or the commentary box end of the ground. 2 slips, a gully. Backward point and the cover. Short. She picks the gap through the covers, out towards the boundary. And that's going to be 4 good-looking runs to Glasgow. And she looks well as she played the shot. Good timing. Had the power, the placement. She gets the boundary.
I guess you like Glasgow because she's in the pavilion. Yes. Joseph, yeah.
Well, actually, that's 13, the right-hander.
13, right.
Yes. My apologies.
So 13 is at the non-striker's end, so Joseph is on strike.
Right.
Yeah, but it was a nice shot. Confident drive from Jafina Joseph. Oh, playing over that one and almost got bowled. Missed that straight ball.
That was a good delivery right in the corridor there to induce a drive. And the right-hander just missing the shot and the ball going through to the keeper.
That's good bowling from Ali Aline. Nice pace as well. Keeper far back. Taken on the pad. And during the water break, the drinks break moments ago, I stepped and had a look on the outside in the practice nets. Jamaica, they're in the nets today. Earlier this morning, we saw the Windward Islands in the nets. So both teams preparing for tomorrow's encounter. That Group B match, Jamaica and Leewards.
Yes, and that is good to see. It's to ensure that they have their workout so that the body, they are fit. It's 50 over. It's not the 20 over game. It's a longer format.
So Jamaica will actually play on Saturday. Trinidad and Tobago will be playing tomorrow against the Leewards. So maybe Trinidad and Tobago practicing maybe later or maybe at another venue. Because Windward Islands, we saw them earlier in the practice nets right here at Providence. So Trinidad and Tobago, maybe they might have been here already for the day. Because we were in front, we're not seeing what's happening at the back. Practice makes perfect.
Once you practice the right thing.
Very importantly indeed. Malika Edward, no score. Kimon Homer, no score. Malika Edward made one, in fact. Zeta James, forced ball, no score. Ashley Edward, 1. Kiana Joseph, 1. Janelia Glasgow just dismissed for 11. Wickets going down. The score on 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 9, 41. So never really get any partnership in their innings, the Windward Islands. From the start of their innings, they were pegged back.
Yes, certainly. Never got the innings going whatsoever. And that's because the bowling has been good. Look at that one. That's a luck. Could have easily gone on to the stumps. The French got shortish delivery, looking to push it away into the offside field. Nevertheless, they get the single. Another over has gone. 14 overs completed, 46 for the loss of 7.
So you say that luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. Yeah. 47 for the loss of 7, 14 overs gone. Jafina Joseph is looking good. She has played a couple of nice shots, including that cover drive in the last over for a boundary. So,
and John, you're right. She looks the part. 20 balls, she has faced 18 runs and seemed not to bother despite all those wickets falling around her. She's playing her natural game,
yeah,
and that's good to see.
Yeah, despite the odds are heavily stacked against the Windward Islands side, the batter can actually come out with a personal milestone, maybe a fighting 100, 100 and losing cause. You never know, but that's what you need sometimes. And some individual performances can actually inspire the entire team. And if that's the case, maybe the Windward Islands can be inspired for the next game because they're already 7 down.
And look who's coming to the attack. Hayley Matthews, right arm off spinner. Good delivery to start with. And when you look up at the scoreboard and you see it's 47 for the loss of 7, the damage done. And now Hayley Matthews has come in. When you think you're going to have a little breather, it's more pressure. And this is what the Windward Islands are facing at the moment. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover in the mid-off. Mid-on, forward square, short backward square as well. Very slow off the pitch here, and Hayley Matthews is going to take pace off the ball. Scored that brilliant 99 whatever robbed her of that one run, certainly she wouldn't forget that at all. Half-hearted appeal for leg before. John, it's heart aching when you've done all the hard work and you have the commentators prepared to call you for 100 and you're out leg before.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking indeed. And they say the difference between 0 and 1 is 1. And the difference between 100 and 99 is also 1. So you need to get off the mark. And when you're 99, you also need to get 1 to get to 100.
I do agree with you, and she never got that one. And when you watched her walk back to the pavilion, you counted the step. They were slow and they were short. And it took her some time to get there.
Yeah, she was obviously very disappointed as well, but it was a good delivery and a good decision from the umpire. So no one really to be blamed, but maybe herself for not getting back on the ball.
And Thornton played well there, just riding this short delivery down the leg side, waiting on it and collecting 2 runs.
Thornton started with the gloves this morning behind the stumps, and then she was swapped out. So she's probably one of the better all-round players in the Windward Islands side. So has a different playing roles. Chance for run out at the striker's end.
Thank God she recuperated nicely after having a little bit of slide, and she got back there. The over's been completed, 15 gone. The Windward Islands at the moment, they are 49 for the loss of 7. More from you, John, and you'll be joined by our friend Clyde Butts.
$49 for the loss of 7. 15 overs gone. Still lots of time in this game. Windward Islands, they've lost 7 important wickets. The entire top order blown away. Extremely good bowling from Shanika Bruce, Shamila Connell, Alien, and Matthews also with one over, maintaining the pressure. Appeal for a caught at the wicket. And already question asked of the umpire as soon as Mr. Butts has made his way into the box. Hello, Clydie.
Well, I'm a bowler, or was a bowler, sorry. What do you expect? We're going to appeal for everything. That was wide outside the off stump, full, looking to drive through the offside. And normally with a batter, when you see those deliveries, you tend to think that's 4. Because it's full and wide, wide half volley. Big swing this time and a miss. Probably looking to hit that over mid-off. Misses and goes through the wicket to the wicket keeper. So is it that somebody wants this game to finish quick, or thinking, well, we can still go after that runs?
I think she has a start, Joseph. So she's riding on some luck and some confidence. So she's backing herself to play some big shots now. But the way the Windward Islands came out this afternoon, Barbados bowlers were all over them. Did not really get any momentum at all in their innings.
No, I think both bowlers, Bruce and Connell, used the new ball well. They pitched it up, they bowled in good areas, and they got their rewards. You know, when I look at the way how Connell was bowling, she was bowling to a 7-2 field. And her first over, she actually bowled 5 deliveries outside the off stump. And I guess that's a little pressure when you're bowling to that type of field. But the 6th one was straight and was bowled down. Was bowled to the left-hander. So, and then after then, I thought she bowled very well within that line, just on or about the off stump, bowling to her field. This is slightly short and wide outside the off stump. Joseph has nothing to do with it. Joseph has played well. She's played some nice shots. And she's played some ambitious shots as well.
We've seen glimpses of her in the T20 tournament that just concluded. But now she has an extended time at the crease that she can actually play more shots, bat for longer, and get bigger scores. But she'll have to wait some more because at the end of 16 overs, 49 for a loss of 7 wickets, a maiden sent down by Aliyah Alain.
Yeah, and bowling just outside the off stump, we did see Joseph going for some big shots as well in that over, and didn't really hit any of the deliveries as she was playing those big shots. I think the physio is going to go on the field. Somebody else is having some little problems. It's been the physios have had to run onto the field quite a bit in the T20 and now the 50 overs, and one is hoping that Connell, who actually was just stretched off the field, that there's nothing too serious with her and she'll be back on Saturday for our next game.
Yeah, Jamaica will be the opposition. Jamaica in the nets at the moment, just behind where we're sitting.
And would be a much tougher opposition as well, and I'm sure, well, Barbados would be thinking, well, we don't really need Connell in that game. We need to have her in the semi-finals.
Okay,
but
yes.
sometimes you can get carried away and think too far ahead. I think you have to take every game as it comes, but I think Barbados would back Jamaica to beat the Windward Islands, so they'll be thinking that, well, we're in one zone, so there's no need for us to rush Connell back. We'll keep her and wait for her to get her in the semi-finals.
So let's have your thoughts on women's CPL.
I think it's good. I think, well, sometimes you tend to think it's long overdue, but nothing is overdue. It's now going to happen, and I think it's good for regional cricket. It's good for West Indies cricket as well. More players would get exposed. They will have the chance to rub shoulders with international players as well. And who knows, maybe we'll see a lot of people coming out to support women's cricket as well. So, you know, certainly good to see.
It's a win-win situation.
Yeah, I don't think you can lose with that.
Yeah. So we're back with the action. Haley Matthews will continue.
You just hope that there will be one or two good international players available to come to the region to play in that competition.
Yeah, that is the important word. The operative word is available, because lots of cricket being played all around the world right now. And in our window period, August 30th to September 30th, you have to see who is available to join the CPL, join the biggest party in sport.
Yes. And in Guyana here, of course, we're going to have carnival cricket as well.
Cricket Carnival.
Cricket Carnival. So I'll see you at Cricket Carnival.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
One just hopes that Guyana would have a lot of tourists coming in to the country. You know, a lot of people have been putting things in place. Maybe families would use that opportunity to come home for a little holiday as well. So one hopes that's going to be a bright period for Guyana.
So Haley, in her second over, 2 runs conceded, but that was in the first over that she bowled. 4-dot delivery so far in the second over. Nice flighted delivery, and beats the keeper as well. That was well bowled.
Beautifully bowled, pitched up, given a lot of air, genuine flight, inviting the batters to look to drive through the offside. Didn't really get to the pitch, but it was nicely flighted. It's classic off spin bowling, flight and turn. This one is even flighted more, inviting the batter to look to come down the track. Batter was equal to the task, not looking to get her, just looking to work it on the onside. Unable to get a single.
So another maiden sent down. So consecutive maidens now, one from each end. The Windward Islands still on 14-9 for 7. 17 overs gone. As we look ahead, Trinidad and Tobago against the Leewards tomorrow. Jamaica against Barbados on Saturday. Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago on Sunday. Father's Day, that will be a Father's Day treat. And then Monday, Jamaica against the Windward Islands, And the final preliminary game will be on Tuesday, 21st, Guyana against the Windward Islands. Stumps knocked out of the ground. Well bowled. Alia Allen picking up her first wicket in her 4th over. And there is Joseph, who looked good for her 18. Cleaned up. 49 for 8 now.
Yeah, delivery that was pitched up outside the off stump, was looking to drive through the offside. I think she was actually yorked, as that one was well pitched up, looking to drive through the offside, missed it, and was bowled off stump. Well bowled by Alia Williams. Allen, actually. Yeah, well bowled. Delivery that was pitched up right down off stump.
Alia Allen in her 4th over. 1 for 10.
And Barbados seamers has really bowled well in this game. They've
Yes.
kept the ball up to the batters, making them look to play on the front foot, look to drive. Yes, we did see Connell bowl a few bounces as well. She got a wicket with one of those bounces, hit wicket, but certainly, you know, they've bowled well, they've kept things tight, they've kept the ball up to the batters, making them play. And Bruce, I thought, got the ball to swing into the right-handers and to leave the left-handers. Not as much pace as Connell, but certainly bowled very well within herself.
So over number 18 still in progress. And then your batter in the middle is Karina Noel. Left-handed batter about to take her first delivery. It's going to be battle for survival. How long can the Windward Islands survive? Because this bowling is really on top. No foot movement. Full blade of the bat. Full bat face. Windward's yet to get to 50.
Yeah, they've certainly struggled. I think when in your 4-6 overs, you lost 6 wickets, I think. Yes, 6 wickets. That's pressure. That's pressure. And both opening bowlers bowled pretty well. Short looking to cut outside the off stump. There's an appeal by both the wicketkeeper and the bowler. The slips, I don't think, went up. But certainly it was an appeal, and the umpire said not out.
Quite an exaggerated appeal as well. They were bellowing for a long time, asking, pretty much you may say begging umpire to get for the decision.
You think sometimes players do that to put pressure on the umpire?
Of course, so I would do it. I normally do it myself.
You do?
Yes, sir. This
I've
is a full
never seen
delivery.
you on a cricket field. Huh?
Oh, Clyde, you and I play together.
I like that. Just remind me about it. It's all right.
You did mention earlier that you're getting up in age, I know. Yeah, players tend to really sometimes put the umpire under pressure for various reasons.
And we do it in different ways as well.
Yeah.
I remember when I used to play, every time you pass back by the umpire, you say, that was close, right? Yeah. Just let them know that I wasn't really appealing for that one. I wait for the next one.
I was looking forward to see a little batting display today from 18-year-old Zeta James.
Likewise,
Yeah,
I thought when she was in the field, she bowled pretty well. Nothing exceptional, but bowled pretty well. She looked good in the field. She's always been a super fielder. And one was expecting to see her with the bat again, and especially with the 50 over version. She said, oh, look, this is driven out on the onside, doesn't get a run. Yeah,
it's
so a little disappointed.
Third consecutive maiden sent down. This one is a wicket maiden, 49 for a loss of 8.
And Barbados, I'm sure, will be thinking, well, we lost the 2020. I think when we had our hopes up high, or maybe even thought after beating Jamaica that we are home and dry, and then only to come and get beaten by Trinidad and Tobago in the last round game, and then for Jamaica to beat the Windwards and beat them badly as well, and to Leeward, sorry, and then to win the title.
Matthew starts the third over, starts with a wide. Thornton on strike is on 3. So we'll have to wait until Monday to have a look at the Windward Islands batting again, when the Windward Islands take on Jamaica. It's an appeal again. Question asked of umpire Crawford this time.
So I guess Barbados, the way they have started in now they're deciding, we're not going to take any chances. We are going to try and win all of our games, make sure we get to that finals and win as well.
Quick single, slide this field, and we'll get home eventually. So now the 50 coming up on the board. 50 for the loss of 8 in the 19th over.
Yeah, they just struggled in the 40s a bit, but they've got to that 50, and maybe they'll now try and bat as many overs as possible to try and get. Well, I don't think they're going to challenge the total, but I think they would want to bat as many overs as possible.
Yeah, that can be the victory that they're looking for. The battle with 50 overs.
Or a confidence to go into the next game.
Yes. We saw Joseph playing a few shots before she was dismissed. And before her, Janelia Glasgow as well. So, sparks of brilliance. But this one's short from Matthews and it's pulled away. Runs for the Windward Islands. Well, just one.
And the Windward Islands would hope that their captain, Afi Fletcher, will be fit for that game as well.
Yes, they've missed her in all departments, batting, bowling and fielding. Some more pressure being put on the Windward Islands batters. It's a short mid-wicket, short cover to go with that slip, so those persons are in close catching positions. There's a gully but very deep, bordering on a backward point.
Well bowled again by Matthews, holding that one back a little again, giving it lots of air, trying to invite the batter to come down and hit over the top, but she's just standing there and pushing it out on the onside.
So after 3 consecutive maidens, we have had 3 runs in this over. That was some pace in that one from Matthews to end the over. At the end of 19, the Windward Islands looking to get 228 to win, 52 for 8.
Yeah, that last delivery was fired down, probably pitched a little too short. She was trying maybe to bowl that quick to get it to slide on and to attack the off stump. But just too short.
So the par score at this point, just for some of our viewers who may want to know what's happening, we can give you something else to think about. At this stage, it's exactly 200 runs. So if for some reason this game has ended now, the Windward Islands were expected to be at 200 if they want to win.
That's a long, long way away.
Aline will continue. She's now into her 5th over. 1 for 10.
Going for the Yorker, Aline. Just missing it. I'm going a little full. But good thinking. She's bowled with some pace as well. Not as quick as Connell, of course, but She has bowled with some pace.
So just peeling off the outside edge down to third man.
And Selman hasn't bowled as yet.
Oh yeah.
So that tells you that Barbados has got a very good seam attack. Their seam attack, I think, is second to none in the regional cricket. I think they have by far the best seam attack in the competition. And that's backed up by Haley Matthews, the off-spinner. One of the tightest and meanest off-spinners around. So that tells they've got a very good bowling attack.
Oh, edging, falling short of Matthews at first slip. Edge found, but not enough to carry to slip.
Well bowled again, pitched up outside the off-stump, battle looking to come forward to push on the offside, got the edge, but it did not carry to first slip. Problem is going to be, I think there will be a little bit of problem at some time.
Edge
This
taken
is
at
edge
slip this time. Selman at slip, at second slip holds on, and that's the end of Noel. Did not look comfortable at all. Caught by Selman at second slip of the bowling of Alia Allen. Allen now has 2 for 12, and Windward Islands 54 for a loss of 9.
Good sharp catch by Selman at second slip, as that one was dropping as well and was carrying quickly. So good catch and a good wicket to have at this time. Keeping things tight, keep making the batters play. Yeah, I was just going to say that, you know, we've got 10 straight games to play at the stadium, and you look at the square, I guess the groundsman is thinking, well, I've got Bangladesh here early July. CPL is coming on after as well, and we've seen him use the 2 end pitches. Can he afford to continue to play on those 2 pitches alone? I think that would be an interesting point to note, because I don't think he can put a lot of water into the pitch overnight.
I know for sure on Tuesday night, after that last T20 game, they actually soaked the entire square. So they were doing some preparation overnight, that's Tuesday night into Wednesday, ahead of today's game.
Oh, we've got no day off again.
Nothing
anymore,
in between, so that's it.
So it's not going to be easy on them whether they'll stay back this afternoon, because we're going to finish probably at 4:30 or thereabouts. Put some more water into the area, but they're not going to put a lot of it. Maybe just a little sprinkle to the 2 end pitches, and sprinkle their main pitches as well, because you don't want that to lose that green look that it has out there. You want to keep preparing that. So it's not going to be easy for them over the next 10 days.
In the meantime, Paul Etienne has made her way into the middle. And Etienne, the experienced campaigner, she bowled really well. She got a wicket of Matthews in her second spell, when Matthews was well set on 99. There's an appeal for a caught at the wicket. Umpire Nigel Duguid hands the cap back to the bowler and calls over. So that's the end of 20 overs, 54 for the loss of 9 wickets.
I don't think the bowler actually appealed for that one. The bowler just took her cap and went after in her field. I think the shout more or less came from behind the wicket on the offside, but not a good over. Again, keeping things fairly tight, and got a wicket as well. So Barbados really now just looking to wrap up things with the last wicket out there. I think Windward Islands would be disappointed with the way how they've batted there. We've seen them bat much better than that. Not greatly better, but they have batted better. And when one thought that the 50 overs were coming about, that they were going to play, maybe give a better account of themselves in terms of their batting. Their bowling I don't think it's any problem, but their batting certainly has left a lot to be desired. As I say, good afternoon to Wadikar Anthony Hemraj.
Good afternoon to you. Clyde, good afternoon to listeners and viewers
I like the name, don't bother.
in Guyana and overseas as well. And it's all happening, but it's not happening for the Windward Islands, basically. Barbados, they're having a great time out in the middle. From pretty early when they dominated, scoring 227. And then throughout the course of the Windward innings, they have taken wickets and taken them very, very quickly as well. They've reached a position now of real bother at 54 for 9, and we're in over number 21. So this has really been a total team effort from Barbados, and they've really dominated this game, Clyde.
And they've brought back Bruce to maybe try and pick up another wicket.
Bruce continues and bowls outside the off stump, which is pushed out into the offside by but that's Turton, the batsman, the batter, correction. And we've just lost the sunshine here at the National Stadium. And I just want to remind you again that the action continues on Friday. The Windward Islands will come up against Trinidad and Tobago right at the stadium as Bruce continues. He pushes the pad, lets it go, and might have ballooned off the pad straight to a solitary slip where Haley Matthews fields, and there is no run. It's all been Barbados from the very start, Clyde.
Yeah, I think Barbados batted well. When you've got the sort of start that they got from the openers, Matthews and Knight, you know, you're certainly in the driving seat from them. Yes, they didn't accelerate the road they would have liked, but certainly that was the start that they needed. They got it. And when they came out to bowl, the first 6 overs, they got 6 wickets. So that tells a story. They have dominated this game.
Yes, you know, they have only strengthened their cause, so to speak, to advance in this competition. And I know they're going to be watching the other games, following the other games very intensely. And I know all the teams will be hoping for a win as Bruce continues. And this ball, she's slapping through the offside field. Gloriously played by that Pearl Etienne. And she gets a boundary. And that's a welcome boundary for the Windward Islands, I tell you. And the players are applauding in the pavilion. So they go up now to 60 for the loss of 9. Nice shot through the offside.
Yeah, that was a good-looking shot. Short ball right outside the off stump. And was put away nicely through cover. I was just looking out to the right, and I saw Connell actually come back into the ground. That's nice to see that she's back, and one hopes that she's okay. That's nothing too serious. What was wrong with her? So it's nice to see she's back into her dressing room, and just one hopes that everything will be all right, and we'll see her on Saturday.
Yes, we all hope that no injury is going to keep any particular player away from the competition. And we hope to have a smooth running competition as the Guyana Cricket Board and all of us in Guyana welcome the overseas teams and all of that. And we want to present the Guyanese hospitality again. Here is Bruce and bowls to Etienne. She's going back and plays a late cut or a back cut. And that's gone for 4. Superb shot from the right-hander. And that's elegantly played. 64 for 9. Why didn't she come earlier? I asked the question.
Well, poor Etienne is showing her experience here. She's the veteran of the Windward Islands team. That was a short wide outside the off stump, and she was back and banged it past backward point for 4. That's 4 good looking shot. Bruce, when she bowled early on, she was getting the ball to swing, and I think as the ball gets older, it's much more difficult for her. She is a new ball bowler. I'm not sure how good she is with the older ball, and as we see there, when the ball is not swinging, she tends to struggle a bit, but certainly she's a bowler that Barbados bowled up front even in the 2020. She got the results, got the rewards, but just with the older ball, she tends to struggle a little.
So we look at the bowler from the players' pavilion end, and that's Aline. So Aline continues and bowls outside the off-stump ball, which is stroked up into the offside. Can't beat the field. Still 64 for the loss of 9 wickets. But where do the Windwards take it from here, Clyde? I know it's a pretty much long competition. two zones basically, but they'll have to come back and come back strongly in their
Well,
next match.
they've only got one match to really come back if they're going to have a chance to get into the semi-final. But I think there's still a lot of pride to play for. There's still individual performances that they would want to see happen. So they would have to bounce back. I think they would hope that they have their skipper back. Afi Fletcher, she's a very good player, good all-round cricketer, good leg spinner, and somebody who's batting over the years has improved tremendously. So they will be wanting her back, and she's a decent captain as well in the field. And I think they have to work on that start that they've been getting. They don't get a start. They haven't had a good start at all. This is well bowled again, ball pitched right up in the black hole, and Paul using her experience to come down on that one and pushing it out on the onside.
Yes, so several things I guess they'll have to look at. The captain coming back, Afi Fletcher, and of course, as you said, they'll have to look at building partnerships, not giving away their wickets early on, and must see the new ball off and put up a partnership for the opening wicket and all of that. This is a ball which is pitched up, and Etienne is opening the face, runs it down to third man, gets another single. She's demonstrating all her experience at this level. She gets another single. She goes up to, I make her 9. 13 has got 7. And Windward Islands are 66 for 9.
It's just slightly short of her length. She's looking for the single. It's not on. That's not on. As Knight came around quickly and fielded that one to her left. They sure wouldn't want to run out at this stage either. You want these two batters to try and bat for as long as possible. You don't want to run out. How long they will be able to keep things very tight to bat through, you don't know. But certainly you'd want them to bat for as long as possible. We haven't seen Selman bowl any overs in this inning so far, and certainly that's a plus for the Barbadian team. When you've got your international bowler that doesn't have to bowl, and you're keeping things very tight, you're doing well, you're taking wickets, you've got the other team on their back foot. You've got an ace up your sleeve. As this is going down the leg side, she's looking to sweep, and they're going to get a wide, I think, as we wait on the umpire to signal yes. So that's 2 more to the score.
Yes, so I'm looking at the schedule here, and it says Barbados' next match is against Jamaica on Saturday, and then the Windward Islands, their next encounter is against Jamaica on Monday. So they have a few days to recuperate and to maybe look back at things that we could have done, or they could have done in this match. Barbados, on the other hand, they're well and truly on, heading for a victory, and they'll be full of confidence in their next match coming up as well, as Bruce continues. This is a ball stroked into the offside. They'll get at least 2. The fielder knocks it down there at point. It will run pretty close to the boundary. They're coming back for the 3rd run, and they get them very easily. So 3 more to the Windward Islands total. That will go up to 71 for 9 in over number 23.
And as you can see, the Windwards, low order hasn't batted badly. They've put together little partnerships here and there, and they've got that score to 71. Now, had they had a decent start, one never knows where they could have taken the score, but certainly they need to work on that top order. Even in the 2020, the top order struggled a little, especially the openers. They haven't given them any kind of start whatever.
This is Etienne going for an almighty heave, but gets it down on the inner part of the bat maybe. Down past backward square. And she gets another boundary. So she goes up to, I make her 13. And the score has pushed up to 75. 75 for 9. A welcome boundary here for the Windwards.
Yeah, and Paul Etienne has done what she normally does. Comes out and looked to be positive. A delivery that was pitched up outside off some. She was looking to drive it through the covers, got the inner half of the bat, and it went down to backward square for 4. So she's being positive, and Bruce would want to take this wicket as quickly as possible. Working again down the leg side. She's going to get 2 more.
Sometimes it just goes to show what experience can bring to a team, and the change, the positive change it can bring to a unit. The Windwards were struggling, and Etienne came out and had all the ideas and bringing her experience and everything else, and coming to the fore and really putting up a fight here against Barbados. 77 for 9 in over number 23 as Bruce continues.
This time she's beaten by a delivery that goes, I think, between bat and pad, maybe just missing that off. Some matter of fact, it was an inside edge and just eluding the wicket keeper, and they get another single. Going for a drive outside the off stump, beaten, taken by the wicketkeeper. And the Windward Islands continue to show a little bit of fight, the low order. Or they're now putting on some valuable runs to their team.
Yes, exactly what I said earlier. They might be going down, but here's what. You're not going down, without a fight. And this is nice to see from Etienne, who is experienced at this level, and I'm willing to come out and to fight the Bajans to the end, and to see exactly what best she can do for her team, because her team is they have their backs against the wall, they're struggling, and to perform this way, she's done pretty well so far. 78 for 9. We've had 23 overs bowled, and we see a change in this from the Players Pavilion end. It looks as though that's trying to get the name of the bowler. Looks as though that's Holder, who will continue. That's Trishan Holder, who will bowl from. I'll just try to. In fact, it's Alia Williams who will bowl from the Players Pavilion end, and she will bowl over number 24. Williams. And that's it. That's a final wicket. So the right-hander getting a ball outside the off stump, looking for the drive as the ball peeled out the outer part of the bat. Catch taken on the offside. So Barbados, they have beaten the Windward Islands massively here. And congratulations to them. Winning this game, now winning handsomely as well, Clyde.
Yeah, I think, you expect Barbados to win, but you didn't expect them to win so easily. They've come out, they've played some good cricket. When they batted both the captain, Haley Matthews, and Knight batted pretty well, had that huge opening partnership, and they end up getting 227. When they bowled, they started out very hot. In the first 6 overs, they got 6 wickets for 9 runs. That's hard to come back from. So I think you've got to give them credit for the way they've played. They've played some good cricket. They bowled well. Windwards, though, didn't just lie down and die after those 6 wickets. They showed a little bit of fight. The low order stood up there, batted for a little while. They were very positive, and they were able to get to to 85. So, you know, you have, again, Barbados dominated this. Congratulations to them winning the first Super 50 match.
Good. So that's a position. Barbados winning this first CG United Super 50 match, beating the Windward Islands handsomely, or beautifully, if you might want to put it that way, by 149 runs. Let me just recap quickly before I pull the curtains down on the commentary for today. Barbados 227 for 2 or 50 overs. Haley Matthews getting 99, and Kessia Knight getting 72. The Windward Islands, in reply, being bowled out for 78 for 9, and giving Barbados victory by 149 runs. So that's the position. As I said, Barbados winning by 149 runs here at the Providence Stadium. Well, here's where I want to say thank you so much for joining us for commentary during the course of today. We do hope you join us on Friday again when Trinidad and Tobago will come up against the Windward Islands. On behalf of the entire commentary team, which has been made up of Inderjeet Prasad, Clyde Butts, John Ramsing, and our scorer, I'm Wadikar Anthony Kemraj, wishing you the very best and reminding you to join us on Friday for more coverage. Bye-bye.